So you can hear me. All right. So this is a test as much as it is a sort of impromptu public lecture. And so I want to make sure that we are getting our money's worth from the test portion of things. People who are watching this in the future will be able to obviously jump ahead of some of this beginning stuff, but real quick, let's Nance. So at the point that I switched microphones to this one, were you picking up on any background sounds?
No, I heard you say something and then you said, so you can hear me now, but
Besides that, you haven't heard anything except for music?
correct.
Sweet. Well, what's up, everybody? So this is a little different than normal because I'm not even doing the sitting at the computer thing. This is just straight up lecture and whiteboard camera the whole time. So but one of the ways that this is different as well is that I'm able to see the chat. And so I know that there's 5 of you watching right now. It's probably, I don't know, I'm guessing 4 of you are people who clicked remind me later, like when it goes live, because there were several people were waiting for this lecture. And so those are people who probably got the email. They saw it on Instagram. They saw it on whatever. I put it out over a bunch of socials. And so if you're hearing this now, because you kind of had it in the background waiting, and now it's rolling and you are multitasking, well, then no rush. But also, if you have a moment of non-AFK time, as in if you got a moment of keyboard time, let us know your time. Like, what time is it? A lot of streamers, when they're kind of warming up the chat, kind of getting the algorithm going, they'll say something like 5s in chat, or, you know, some kind of emoji flare that they want in the chat. And it just shows people are anticipating it. And it's their way of kind of letting the algorithm know, like, we're here for it. And so we decided in our little, you know, in our preparations before we started going live here, the thing in chat to share is your time. And you don't have to out yourself by saying that you're in, for instance, Arizona, the way that Nance did. His says Arizona, USA, UTC -7. It is good to know what your UTC is, but I swear we are -8. Are we not -8?
Let me check. Because I don't know, man, because the daylight savings is something I never deal with, being an Arizonan.
Oh, you know what it is, though? No, it's just that we're 8 behind CET.
GMT.
No,
or CET.
No, we're 8 behind CET, and I think GMT is an hour behind CET, which is Central European time. Soda cabbage is in Mountain time? Ayo, that's where we're all at. Like, Nance is technically not in Mountain time. He's in some special time that doesn't get daylight savings like we in Mountain time. But I'm in Mountain time, so that's pretty cool. What up, Soda Cabbage? Good to see you. Soda, I saw you, I think you commented on the lawn car video that premiered today. And I think you said something along the lines of, this is kind of cool, weird, surreal. I forget exactly what your adjective was. To go from a Sublation Media stream that was about something related to atheism, I think, to Samuel Longcar talking about religion in the interesting way that he talks about it, right? How would you characterize the way that he talks about it as opposed to your standard atheist, Nance? I know
very, just very, very serious, very heartfelt, deconstruction with like as I don't know, as like a standard internet atheist, you could just be like, yeah, whatever, fuck all this. Or you could take his approach and be like, um, no, I care deeply about this, but it's all wrong and being used against you. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, that's pretty good, but I would say like it's kind of like he's stepped away from the atheism versus religion divide, or maybe he's somehow gone over it.
Mm.
And where he's now at is like, it's this, I would almost call it an anthropological psychiatry of belief, which would say that the master signifiers and or gods that have functions sociologically in whatever community or society that they're a part of can be looked at in this sort of anthropological psychiatric sort of lens. And then we're not asking about the metaphysical reality of these ideas. We're talking about the pragmatic function, but not just function, but also then we can say psychoanalyze these as a genuine expression of a specific human experience, a particular way of trying to make sense of and or cope with the horror of existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that that's phenomenologically based, it's existentially based, it's pragmatically based, and it is the direction that the tides are turning in this world of theory. And when I say that it's a direction tides are turning, that is not my choice. I'm not advocating for this as a big shift. This is not me going, yeah, hell yeah, this is the direction we're going now, guys. No, because it's I don't do that thing where I try to influence the direction society is going by saying, oh, it's going this direction, I'm ahead of the curve, you'll all catch up with me eventually. That's the hipster, influencer, activist way. No, I'm just saying, like, I see this tendency. There is this rise of very theological thinking, and it comes in through Lacan. It also comes in through existentialism and phenomenology. And it's been around for a while, but it's only kind of gaining prominence on the internet today. And when I say it's been around for a while, like proof of that is you can go back like 10 years and read Adrian Johnston being very critical of this. Okay. But he was talking about it before it started really surfacing on the internet. Now we have people like O.G. Rose and Samuel Lonkar at the Becoming Human Project. And on the Lacanian side, Mark Gerard Murphy. Would Wayne Roussel fit the bill there? Richard Boothby would for sure. Okay, so but these guys are only kind of gaining traction recently. You know, Cadell Last over at Philosophy Portal is an atheist. He maintains this like atheist line, and, or I should say, yet he is kind of working with a lot of people who bring in religion in various ways. And so there is a sort of renaissance coming into the scene. And I have all kinds of questions about the ways that this is good or bad, or needs to be countered or not. And it's been a big question for me. and I've had lots of arguments, which they weren't really arguments. They're heated conversations with Mike on the topic, because, you know, he's an atheist and I am arguably some kind of an atheist. To anybody who's religious, I'm definitely some kind of an atheist. But my kind of atheism is obviously very different from Mikey's, or he wouldn't be having these heated conversations. All of that's a teaser for February 22nd, when I will be having a conversation with Samuel Lonkar and OG Rose on the same segment of an epic marathon stream, as well as later in that same day, Adrian Johnston. But before those conversations, I'll be talking to Malcolm Collins, who's a really interesting guy, and he's one half of the duo that wrote the book called The Pragmatist's Guide to Constructing Religion. Nance, have you read that one? Dude, get on it. Like, leave the stream right now. Go do it now. Come back in when you're done, and we'll talk about it. Just kidding. We need Nance here because he's going to be scrolling. And so I'll show you all what I'm talking about by scrolling. Check it out. So eventually I'll have shortcuts for doing this kind of thing. But for right now, I can just click this button. Watch this, everybody. Boom. So you see here, now Nance's screen share is shown over the lectern. You still see me, you still see half the board. But Nance, I want you to take a little piece of tape and mark the areas of your screen that are the sort of window of, do you know what I'm talking about? You need to wait until your side catches up with the YouTube and then like adjust accordingly.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
I think I can get a decent approximation.
Yeah.
It won't be perfect.
And if anybody notices that Nance is off, please let us know in the chat. Soda Cabbage said, the sublation video was a recent one that discusses Elon Musk's transhumanism and modern forms of religion a bit. Okay. That's really good because that goes right hand in hand with exactly what Samuel Lonkar was talking about, right? That's exactly what he was talking about. He was saying the tech bros, these atheist tech bros, are religious already. So like when they become religious later, it's like, actually, that's not a big change. And I would say the same thing about Marxism. Like people like, let's say Chris Kutrone, who we love, will say that Lesage, getting his first name, Kolakowski, who wrote the 3 massive volumes to the main tendencies of Marxism, became Catholic later in his life. And Cutrone will say, in a sort of sense, like that invalidates his later work, right? Because you see, he was a Marxist, he was a leftist, then he got religion, and it's like, well, but from the Lonkarian position, no, he was always religious. And I don't know how you could possibly read Stalin and not see that as theology. It's not just a political ideology. It's not just a tract. It's like, no, this is, when we're historical and dialectical materialism is written like theology, right? And arguably a lot of worldview Marxists are as well, which is why the people who are trying to be properly scientific when they approach this stuff usually get away from all that. Okay, these were all just leading up to where I feel ready to go. So, thank you, Soda Cabbage, for letting us in on that. And he said, but yeah, you and Ann are probably a state away, technically. Oh, okay. Idaho, Boise, where are you at? You don't have to tell. But I'll be having this sort of conversation with the chat. If it's just myself, Soda Cabbage, and Nance, fine. We'll have a few lurkers who come in and out of the rotating door. And if we have, you know, by the time things really get going, a solid 14, I'll feel very good about that, because in actual academia, not this fake one we're playing in here, in actual academia, 14 people in a room is a good fucking room. The ideal class size is obviously something more like 5 to 10 people. And it's not just a one-off like this is. But this is also kind of weird because it's public. And so, we're playing with the medium. And technically, there's all kinds of functions that make the medium in the situation interesting. The fact that Soda Cabbage could just pop in with voice through Zoom. Now, we're not going to be opening that up for people this time around, but as things progress, obviously there will be various ways that people who are in the site or in the app get to call in and be a part of the show. And even talking about it as a show, like the fact that I have these kinds of functions at my disposal. That's not normal. Like, this is a lecture is not supposed to have these kinds of components. And so we're really like bending things and fucking with it. And so it's really cool that you're all here at the beginning of like a whole new Pokemon evolution of education entertainment, or as people say, edutainment. Is that what they say? I don't actually remember. Ken is in here.
Infotainment.
Infotainment. I like that a lot more than the other one, which I have.
Edutainment, yeah. Edutainment was like early 90s Saturday morning TV anti-drug commercials. Get edutained, kids.
Well, people started
Which you didn't
saying
have.
it.
You didn't have that, dude.
Breadtubers said that shit though too. They also said.
Oh, they stole that shit, man, because they don't have any imagination.
No, it's because they're part of the same deep state apparatus that your fucking Saturday morning cartoons were.
Dude, I think like implicitly, because all they're doing is like signaling and like nostalgia and this and that. Like, absolutely, they're doing the spectacle, but they think they're not.
Ken, you got 10 minutes before work? Dang. So you're not going to be able to listen from work? Or are you saying you're kind of going to be able to listen, but you won't be able to talk in the chat? What is your actual work hours, Ken? Like, what time does your shift begin? I'm using your time zone, just whatever time it is for you. I'm just curious, like, what kind of a shift are you working? All right. So what do I want to say before we dive in? I've said a lot of things. Maybe I should just get to it. Let's just do that. So the book that we have up on the screen is called the Levinas Reader. It was put together by Sean Hand. Hand? Like the hand I'm using to erase this, yes. Sean Hand, the Levinas Reader. And the reading for the day is the Phenomenological Theory of Being. Now, the phenomenological, I'm going to literally write it all out here. Theory of being. Is something you're all going to be privy to now, but that most people never got around to reading. And by most people, I mean people in our circles. I mean people in the sort of theory scene today. A lot of people read this in France, though, because Levinas translated it into French. Emmanuel Levinas studied under Husserl and Heidegger, famously. He went through a phase of his development where he was a phenomenological thinker. And then arguably he spent the last half of his life using phenomenology against phenomenology, and therefore giving an ethical foundation to deconstruction. And I don't just mean like deconstruction, like, oh, I'm critical of things, now I'm calling that deconstruction. There's nothing more, oh, you're a freshman in college, than people saying, oh yeah, well, I'm going to deconstruct this, when all they mean is like they have a criticism, right? Because deconstruction as a I don't want to call it a method because Derrida didn't like that idea that it's a method. But as a way of thinking, as a way of approaching, that is trying to also, to some degree, get the way things actually work. Kind of, it's sort of Hegelian without even realizing it, as Zizek shows, and before they know what they do. It has an ethical basis, and Levinas is the ethical basis. So it goes like this: Levinas, Derrida. Without Levinas, Derrida probably would have kept doing many of the things that he did, because he and Levinas both are Husserl into Heidegger. Like, this is their main toolkits. You could say that Derrida also is heavily influenced by a particular reading of Hegel. You could say that he's one of the most prolific readers and writers of the 20th century. Sure, that's all true. But he is at base a left Heideggerian. And there is no way to Heidegger except through Husserl, unless you approach Being in Time the way we have here at Theory Underground, where we pretty much said, it doesn't matter. I did spend a few videos prior to the Being in Time lecture course talking about some of the basics of phenomenology and Husserl, but I have, for the most part, never gone seriously into detail with that. And part of the reason is because it's kind of fine to get a lot of it secondhand. There is an experience in reading Husserl that is necessary as a part of anyone's intellectual development, not for any of the conclusions, not for any of the actual concepts, but literally just to get a sense of like the approach, which is always striving to be as scientific as possible within the humanities, at the same time that it is critiquing the attempts to found the humanities or social sciences in science, or do it scientifically. So what does that mean? It means a genuine commitment to the spirit of science, while at the same time critiquing people who try to borrow from the sciences and or reduce to the sciences. So this is arguably the most essential thing about Husserl, is that he is holding the bar very, very high when he's trying to do things scientific. And you just got to read him. But without reading him, how do you get an introduction to him? I have a great idea, and that is, we will read the Phenomenological Theory of Being. We're going to begin with this sort of introduction, which is only a page long. And Nance, if you'll do the honors, you can read it, because it speaks for itself. You can also make any insertions that you like as you read. But take it away.
The Phenomenological Theory of Being. The Phenomenological Theory of Being, the absolute existence of consciousness, is taken from Levinas' first book, La théorie de l'intuition dans la phénoménologie de Husserl, published in 1930. The book was subsequently reprinted by Vrin in 1963 and 1970 before being published in English in 1973 as The Theory of Intuition in Husserl's Phenomenology, translated by André Oriane. While agreeing to the inclusion of this chapter in the Levinas Reader, Levinas asked me to stress that such work is ancient history for him today. It is true that it was produced almost 60 years ago while Levinas was still emerging from the shadow of his teachers, Husserl and Heidegger, and that in some ways it is still an apprentice piece. But it is of much more than merely historical interest. The book remains one of the best commentaries ever produced on Husserl's Ideen I, despite being written at a time when Husserl's philosophy was virtually unknown in France. In the late 1920s, French philosophy was still dominated by the pre-war intuitionism of Bergson and the equally conservative rationalism of Brunchkevich, increasingly out of touch with the younger generation of philosophers who were being influenced by such writers as Proust and Valéry. The need to distinguish Husserl's idealism from that of contemporary French idealists, therefore, together with the Heideggerian slant that Levinas himself brought to bear on his analysis of Husserl's intellectualism, conditioned the way in which Levinas concentrates on the absoluteness of consciousness. He examines how Husserl moves beyond Descartes' absolute knowledge of the existence of consciousness toward the absoluteness of consciousness itself, one that exists prior to reflection. Consciousness is a primary domain which thereafter enables us to speak of and understand such terms as subject and object. It is the dehistoricized nature of this phenomenological reduction which Levinas will eventually come to criticize. Though locating being in concrete life, Husserl gives himself the freedom of theory, even in this early examination of how Husserlian phenomenology overcomes naturalistic ontology. Therefore, we can see the beginnings of the difficult freedom of Levinas' mature ethics. For further discussion of this early work, one may usefully consult R. Sokolowski, The Formation of Husserl's Concept of Constitution, which makes use of Levinas' interpretations. A review of La Théorie de l'Intuition by J. Herring, published in the Revue philosophique de la France et de l'étranger, and André Orian's introduction to the English edition, which also stresses the translation policies adopted. Sean Hand.
Good job. Not with the reading, but with the French pronunciation was on.
Hey man, I was just thinking back
dude.
to that traumatic hour this morning.
Dude, you were doing good. So, Nance is referencing the French club at the French club at Boise State. Stupid. Fucking stupid.
Well, you were there today also, or you were there yesterday.
I was working at Boise State yesterday, yeah. I only this year have I started doing anything at that university again. After 5 years away. 4 years away, 5 years away, around that time. And I don't love it. I have to be honest. I'm learning a lot. You know, I'm seeing a lot that I wouldn't have seen before. But that's why I slipped, is because this is like my happy place. And that is like my sad place. The students there, almost all they want to talk about is how they don't see how half the classes actually do anything for their job, and that all they care about is their job.
It's that's sad, dude. Sad.
Yeah, and you might be having a good conversation, but it ends with them being like, you were a philosophy major, instead of like, they're just like, there are these paths that they're stuck on, and it's like the decision was made for them a long time ago, and they don't even want to do anything except they just have this idea that someday they'll be happy because they'll have like the career. And it's like, dude, you're set for a miserable life. The university was supposed to give you something more than that. And so, and then you could say, well, that's a nostalgic idea. It's a romanticized ideal of the university. Uh-huh. Yeah. I believe that there was a time when some people were free and everyone else was slaves, and now everybody's slaves. What's the problem?
Jim Yeoman's hardcore GMT viewers be suffering the time difference to get this straight to the vein. Hell yeah, word. I'm assuming that means you're in GMT.
Yeah, which is like, so
3 a.m.
yeah, or 2, at least 2 a.m. Because I think it's an hour
Oh
behind.
yeah. See, the daylight savings always
CET.
throws me off.
Yeah. Let us know what time that is. All right. It's going to be like basically an exegetical reading where sometimes I get up on the whiteboard. And that's pretty much what we're going to do. This person said the only reason to learn is to learn, apparently.
To earn. To earn.
Oh, dude, I couldn't even make that out. I need to make my chat larger.
Yeah, but
My
it sucks, dude, because young people, they're not equipped to have a desire for a life, for a life well lived. They just don't have the equipment.
They don't. Yeah.
They've been institutionalized, fully instrumentalized. Everything is mathematized. Everything comes down to the bottom line, that god awful value.
Right. No, dude, that's what their discourse is all coming through the equal sign. Like when everything they say, I'm just sitting there talking to them. And if I actually want to connect with them in any serious way, then I basically have to play along. Because like they'll be like, oh, what's the point of a class like this? And I'll just be like, do you think that I have a problem selling myself to a person wearing a suit? Do you think that I have a problem coming up with something to talk about when someone puts me on the spot and prompts me in some way? Do you think that I am ever boring?
Or bored, for that matter.
Or bored, yeah. And then I'll just say, like, the fact is for the last several weeks, whenever time, the question is put on you or you have the spotlight to talk, you've not had a lot to say. And when you do have something to say, it's what someone else could have said. Do you think that you're going to get the job for engineer if that's how you come across? And then I literally have to like use that framing to get them to give a shit about anything that's not profit like driven, like, so. And it works at this point. Like whenever I use that kind of frame, it's like, oh, they're in it again, but it's just like, Jesus, do I really have to dangle this carrot? This carrot is what you want? Anyway. So anyway, anything we want to point out from that beginning? Yes, this is ancient history, which is exactly why I wanted to start here. The class on Levinas begins in March. Whether it actually begins in March or not is something I've been debating over the last week, because Being in Time is just getting finished this week. Having Being in Time and Totality and Infinity like this close to each other feels insane to me. I feel like I'm going to lose a lot of the people who were there for Being in Time, who would be there for Totality and Infinity if I did it later, including Kent, who's just not going to be able to do it. And so Ken in particular wants to focus more on Being in Time. He really wants to sink his teeth into it. He really wants to keep going with it. And I guess I'll just say one thing to people who might be of that persuasion, and then something to people who are interested in joining, who were not a part of the Being in Time course. To the people in the Being in Time course, now that you've actually dived in deeper than you've ever dived into a question or a series of questions or a whole system of concepts, yeah, it's going to feel kind of crazy moving on or going to something else. But we're crazy here. We're not Heideggerians, dude. There's a reason There's a reason that Marx, Heidegger, Levinas are my three, but the approach is Heidegger, Levinas, Marx. Don't fuck with the order. Trust me on it. There's a reason for all of it. There's a point where when you're reading Heidegger and it starts to make sense, you need to drop it and go do something else for a while. And the reason you have to get away from it at the point that it starts to make sense is you're going to fall into the trap of sounding like a Heideggerian for the rest of your life. You can't learn to talk using other jargons, other registers, other thinkers, other concepts, taking up other positions. There's a sensitive spot once you've gotten through Being in Time where you basically just want to set up your house. It's not a good house. It's a fantastic structure. It's a fantastic set of assumptions, operating assumptions, and concepts. It's one of the most, I would say it's the best. I mean, it really might be the best. It's better than Capital. You know, I believe that. It's better than Capital.
Wow.
It bears rereading in a way that Capital doesn't. But of course, the same thing happens with people who read Capital. You get through Capital, and then you sound like a Marxist for the rest of your life. And you don't know how to talk about things without sounding like a fucking script, dude. And so I believe in, like, instead of like superficially skating across the surface of things, going from one thing to another thing to another thing, committing and diving in the deep end, struggling, potentially drowning for a while, but then finding your bearings. But then you gotta get up on the shore, breathe for a hot sec, and or just dive into a different pool, you know? And so it's kind of a bad metaphor because once you learn how to swim, you're gonna be able to swim in any pool that you jump into. But we need a metaphor or an analogy here that's kind of like the diving in the deep end of the pool thing, but like there is no shore. And there's just different kinds of pools that you can be in, right? And like the actual like quality of the liquid, maybe it's water over here, but it's something else over here. The point is that you actually have to learn how to swim again. And the shift from Heidegger to Levinas is not so crazy, but it's definitely different. And it's important and necessary because he is not just the ethical foundation for, say, Derrida. Sure, he is. More importantly, though, he is the ethical expansion pack for the 20th century. If Being in Time is the most important philosophical treatise in the 20th century, which arguably it is, Levinas' Totality Infinity is the most important expansion pack on that. I'm all about expansion packs on foundational texts. I want to take you all into Totality Infinity. But we're going to do the Phenomenological Theory of Being first, because this is where Levinas is most based in phenomenology. You could basically say that he's a true believer at this point, which is amazing. Sure, he's going to get critical later, but how is he going to get critical? How is he going to use the tools of phenomenology against phenomenology? And one of the big questions we're going to be following through Totality Infinity is, does he have Heidegger wrong? Is one of his most important critiques of Heidegger completely missing the mark because he reads Heidegger as a phenomenologist, which is to say he's reading Heidegger through Husserl instead of the other way around? Is he perhaps not really appreciating what was innovative in Being in Time? Okay, so that's to the Being in Time people. Hi, hope you'll be able to join. If not, smoke you later or whatever. The people who I hope to get to, I don't know, tackle Totality Infinity with us, I'll talk to you more later. We're going to dive in now. So on page 12 of the Levinas Reader, edited by Sean Hand, it begins like this. if to be means to exist the way nature does, then everything which is given as refractory to the categories and to the mode of existence of nature will, as such, have no objectivity and will be a priori and unavoidably reduced to something natural. What's refractory mean? Nance, is that just like reflective? Or like bent back towards?
Reflective in a way that reveals like inner, like refraction, how a thing is kind of laid bare in the traversal of a medium.
Yeah, so if to be, existence itself, being, means to exist the way that nature does, then everything which is given as refractory to the categories and to the mode of existence of nature will, as such, have no objectivity and will be a priori and unavoidably reduced to something natural. What does that mean to say that it will not have objectivity? Is the reason it won't have objectivity is because there's like this natural standard and categories and assumptions that everything you're thinking with, interpreting through in your observations is being bent back in reference to this idea of natural?
Yeah, like super contingent, super tautological, and so thus no objectivity. Yeah, because at that point it would be like internal.
Yeah, I think so. The characteristics of such objects will be reduced to purely subjective phenomena which, with their multifarious structure, are the products of natural causality. Let us illustrate this with an example. The beauty which is manifested in an aesthetic experience presents itself as belonging to the realm of objectivity. The beauty of a work of art is not simply a subjective feeling, occasioned by such and such properties of the work which, in itself, is beyond beauty or ugliness. Aesthetic objects themselves are beautiful. At least this is the intrinsic meaning of an aesthetic experience. But this object, value, or beauty, with its sui generis mode of existence, is incompatible with the categories applied to it by naturalism. If it is granted that these categories are the only norms of reality, then naturalism, which attempts to reduce whatever is real in an aesthetic experience to such categories, could possibly preserve the meaning of such an experience. But this experience would still be considered as being intrinsically a psychological phenomenon in nature. As long as the naturalistic ontology is accepted, existence, including the existence of nature, is not determined by the meaning of life. Rather, life itself must, in order to exist, be conceived on the model of nature. That is, life must be integrated in causal chains and granted reality only inasmuch as it belongs to them, i.e., to nature. And obviously, this is the most commonsensical thing for us, right? This is common sense for us, which is just that humans exist at this level of being, but if you reduce us down a bit, you're going to get to our biology. If you reduce us down a bit, you're going to get to our chemistry. Reduce us down a bit, you're going to get to our physics. And ultimately, it's all part of the exact same thing, which started with Big Bang or whatever. Just competing accounts in physics, obviously. And so, what's the problem with that? Well, it's confusing the kind of being that we are with the kind of being that we have connoted or assigned to other things in the world. And while there's an obvious case to be made via evolution, that ultimately, we originate from nature. That is not to say that we are reducible to it. And that is not to say that there are ways of being that we can be that are totally explained in those reductions. In fact, arguably, very important things are left out of such functional accounts. The intrinsic meaning of this experience would be only a property, a phenomenon among others. Faithful to its principle, naturalism reduces the meaning of acts of consciousness, no matter how original or irreducible, to nature, which alone really exists. Naturalistic descriptions have a descriptive value, but they cannot be used to derive any assertion concerning the existence of values. Beauty, in our example, is real only qua psychological phenomenon within the causal course of nature. A descriptive psychology cannot by itself go beyond naturalism. Therefore, in order to go conclusively beyond naturalism and all its consequences, it is not enough to appeal to descriptions which emphasize the particular character, irreducible to the naturalistic categories, of certain objects. It is necessary to dig deeper, down to the very meaning of the notion of being, and to show that the origin of all being, including that of nature, is determined by the intrinsic meaning of conscious life and not the other way around. So, anybody who thinks that idealism is like literally the enemy of all things good, will probably have alarm bells going off here, right? That is why someone like Adrian Johnston, who does not like phenomenology, thinks that it is just idealism, and that there is a base materialism that we can use to get out of all the contradictions the phenomenologists are trying to solve for it, right? And I think even if he's correct, there's still a shitload of value sort of developed or disclosed by the phenomenologists. And so, you know, in my ideal world, I get to host a real conversation between, say, Adrian Johnston and Ian Thompson, both who are professors at the same university department. One who is a Marxist Lacanian materialist, Johnston, and the other who is an existential phenomenologist via Heidegger, Levinas, and Derrida. That would be Thompson. I don't know if it'll ever happen. I hope so. But, you know, that contradiction, the contradiction between phenomenology and Marxism, is arguably the contradiction in continental philosophy. It might be the most foundational contradiction. And if we're going to be good Zizkians at like this level where what we're really saying is good Hegelians, understood through Zizek, then that would mean it's not about taking a side in this or trying to find a nice little synthesis of this. It's actually taking these guys at their word for a while and tarrying with what they're getting at. I'm going to reread the most controversial thing here, which was he said, "It is necessary to dig deeper down to the very meaning of the notion of being, and to show that the origin of all being, including that of nature, is determined by the intrinsic meaning of conscious life and not the other way around." Okay. The intrinsic meaning of conscious life determines being itself. Like the notion of being doesn't get its significance from rocks and trees and tools and animals and people. It only gets its meaning from the fact that we are conscious and that consciousness has intrinsic meaning. Now, if this is true, then the question is, how would you get to that intrinsic meaning? When we've obviously been using the categories of common sense and also of the sciences and also probably theological concepts to make sense of everything. Since we were kids, we've developed certain habits of thinking about being. So then how do we clear the way to kind of get down to this so-called intrinsic meaning? I mean, that's ultimately the task that Husserl takes on. That is the fundamental chore of phenomenology, is clearing the way. When, and we'll get to this, but when Husserl says back to the things themselves, what he's saying is, let's stop borrowing from the other sciences. Every science, to genuinely get off the ground, stops borrowing its concepts from other more successful sciences and instead says, let's take the appearances within this field and then figure out what are those expressions of? Like, what can we deduce are the conditions of possibility for those appearances? And can we come up with ways of describing them and assigning concepts to them that is true to the actual movements of those things that we are comprehending through consciousness? It is only then that the descriptions which deal with the intrinsic meaning of consciousness, descriptions which must be provided by intuition, will have more than a merely psychological value. On this depends the philosophical standing of intuition. It is not without reason that Husserl saw the main failing of the first edition of the Logische Untersuchungen, okay, I'm sorry, but I really wanted to get it. But it's the logical investigations. That's what that is. Okay. So it is not without reason that Husserl saw the main failing of the first edition of the logical investigations in the fact that, in the introduction to Volume 2, he had characterized phenomenology as descriptive psychology. So he called it descriptive psychology, and then he regretted that. Well, we can give him a break because his mentor was Brentano, and Brentano was a psychologist who wanted to found psychology in a scientific, rigorous way that is back to the concepts themselves, or back to the things themselves, sorry. And that's really like Husserl took Brentano's idea, and then he said, let's do it, but for real though, right? Well, at some point he realizes, I'm fucking up even calling it descriptive psychology, guys. We must therefore determine which theory of being may negatively detach itself from the naturalistic ideal of existence and may positively rely solely in the internal meaning of life. In an earlier section of the theory of intuition, we tried to show how the world of physical science, which absolute rights are proclaimed by the physicist, refers essentially to a series of subjective phenomena. We also emphasized that this relation to subjectivity must not be understood as a relation between container and contained, and that it would be premature to see here a new form of Berkeleyan idealism. So it might be a kind of idealism, but it's definitely not the Berkeleyan, like, oh, we're all just in the mind of God, we're all just ideas kind of thing. Nevertheless, some relation to subjectivity is inherent in the very meaning of these subjective phenomena. The different sides of a table that are successively discovered from different points of view in some way presuppose a consciousness capable of orienting itself. We will postpone the study of this relation, but all our analyses lead us to say, with Husserl, that the world of transcendent res, extension, necessarily depends on is Anga diesen an, which is consciousness, I guess. Well, okay, except that's in parentheses, whereas the res was not in parentheses, but both are italicized. I think one is Latin and the other one is German.
So yeah, res is like the thing, like Descartes' things, like the res extensa.
Right.
And then that German ist angewiesen on. It hinges. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah, the world of transcendent rays necessarily depends on consciousness. Yeah.
yeah, there we go. So the point is that if you want to know more about how they get to that, you got to go read the theory of intuition, but he'll probably recapitulate a bunch of it below. Moving on. Someone may object that material things extend beyond the realm of our present perception. It belongs to their very essence to be more than what is intimated or revealed in a continuum of subjective aspects at the moment of perception. They are also there when we do not perceive them. They exist in themselves. Is it then possible to find a necessary connection between the mode of existing of material objects and a continuous series of subjective phenomena? Okay, let's re-ask the question. Is it then possible to find a necessary connection between the mode of existing of material objects and a continuous series of subjective phenomena? So the question there is the necessary connection between perceptions of phenomena and the things themselves. By the way, just going back to Malcolm Collins, who we're going to be having on here, the author of one half of the authors of The Pragmatist's Guide to Constructing Religion, argues that there's no reason to believe that evolutionarily speaking, we have developed to be able to perceive things in themselves or as they are outside of us. Like this idea that evolution would have fine-tuned us to apprehend reality as it is, opposed to how it should be perceived so that we can survive, is a big leap. It's probably like the biggest article of faith taught in secular education. That being that we have evolved to perceive things in themselves. There's no fucking reason to believe that. Nothing from the sciences should give us any indication that that is true. Nothing philosophically either. So, yeah. So then we can still postulate, oh, no, but we can get to things outside of us just by making them repeatable. If we can repeat something, then that must be true. Or if it gives us resistance, then we're actually coming up on something. And so then we can give a functional account of the ways that it resists in the ways that it resists our attempts to change it. That's still not getting you to the thing itself, arguably. It's just getting you to the thing, how it functions intersubjectively, which is to say how it would function for other humans. The concept of consciousness includes more than the central sphere of awakened and active consciousness. Husserl is far from ignoring that, as has been perceived by Bergson and James. Each moment of consciousness, and that's William James and Henri Bergson. So they both say, each moment of consciousness is surrounded by a halo, by fringes, or in Husserl's term, by horizons, which are, so to speak, in the margin of the central phenomenon. Each perception is an exception, which is to say, I mean, this is what Heideggerians like to say, every concealing, or every revealing is a concealing, right? Each perception is an exception, and that's because you can't take in all of everything, right? So you can only take up a certain standpoint. Cognition makes the cogitatum its own by extracting it from a background which constantly accompanies it and which may become itself the object of an hierosyphism, which is probably like an analysis or something.
That's that exception.
Oh, that's that word for exception. The object of an exception?
I think actually that would be like accepting, like the object of an accepting.
Jedes Erfassen ist ein Herausfassen. Okay. Yeah. Cogitation. I'm going to go ahead and put this on the board. So, cogitation. This is important. And cogitatum. I'll probably forget how to spell it as I go here. Cogitation. How is it? What is it?
Cogite, T-U-M.
Yeah.
So like the thinking and the thing being thought.
And then obviously this is like cogitation is cognition, what we call cognition, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the act of cognition. Cognition is made up of cogitations, and cogitations rely on cogitatums. And of course, the cogitatum is the intentional object. And if we're being good Cartesian skeptics, then the one thing we know for absolute certainty is that we have never had any experience of a cogitatum that didn't involve the cogitation itself, and that we cannot talk about consciousness. Go ahead and put consciousness here. Consciousness. We've never had any experience of consciousness outside of cognition, and that cognition relies on cogitations.
Stream Deck over so we can see
shit.
The interplay.
Does that actually do it? Does that do it?
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay, cool. So consciousness, cognition, cogitation, cogitatum. This is the inescapable circle that we're in. People want to act like they can get outside of it, but we can't. And this whole dynamic is what is being referred to by intentionality. It's really fucking crazy that the internet is full of. In fact, this theory scene is full of people who use phenomenology to refer to the way that things appear, which is wrong. And then they refer to intentionality as, or they use intentionality as meaning like your intention, like you intend to do things. Both of those are wrong. Couldn't be more wrong. When we're talking about intentionality, we're talking about consciousness has cognitions, which are made up of cogitations of cogitatums. Okay? There is no consciousness without consciousness of, which is the kind of crucial word here that I'll write using orange. Consciousness. I'll just go over here. You can see that? Of. Okay. Consciousness is consciousness of a ultimately cognitatum. And we'll add to this as we keep going. But for now, the point is that the starting point is with phenomena, but phenomenology isn't going to base itself on those appearances. It's going to try to get beyond those appearances, but it's going to try to do so in a way that is not LARPing that it's doing science, because it's borrowing scientific concepts from other domains of being. So now that I've done the little diagram there, I'll reread. Cogitation makes the cogitatum its own by extracting it from a background which constantly accompanies it and which may become itself the object of a new exception. Which is to say, like, a new focus. And so what I'm going to go ahead and do is use, oh, I wish my red marker was brighter. I'll use the green marker to kind of just like put the cogitatum as like it's a thing that's standing out from this green bubble. The green bubble is the environment. So it's good that I used green after all. Environment. Which is a misleading word in some ways, but we'll go with it. It should be intuitive to use that word, which is why we're using it. But just, you know, with caution. But also we'll say background conditions. I'll just say background for now. Now, Heidegger's going to take this insight, combine it with the hermeneutics of Schleiermacher and Dilthey, and then shit's going to get real fun. But we got to pay our due here to Papa Husserl. In the latter case, what was originally kept in sight falls into the background without totally disappearing from the field of consciousness. Right? So if you are in the room and you're focusing on the couch, and the point is that the couch only makes sense vis-a-vis the background conditions. Like you can't see it even without the background. Like the anything, and that seeing is a metaphor here for perception itself. All perception is against a background, right? This is Gestalt psychology, or at least Gestalt psychology runs with this. But what he's saying is that if you stop looking at the couch and then you start looking at the TV, that couch keeps existing in the background, not just in literal reality, but also in your consciousness. You still have a consciousness of that, even though you're not focused on it anymore. In this case, it is retained, right? And now it becomes a part of the overall equipmental totality, as Heidegger said. In a new cogito, the preceding cogito ceases to shine, falls in the darkness, but is still kept alive, although in a different manner. This is him quoting Husserl. And then Levinas says, it may remain in certain cases as the mere possibility of our going back to it, a possibility implicitly contained in each present moment. The opposition between central and marginal consciousness is not proper to perception alone, and its manifestation in the guise of exception or concealing by one's attention is but a particular case of it. Okay, the opposition between central and marginal consciousness, okay, which we would say in Heideggerianese is concern versus circumspection, is not proper to perception alone, and its manifestation in the guise of Hieraphassung by one's attention is but a particular case of. What does that mean? Does that make sense to you, Nance?
The opposition between central and marginal, so between concern and circumspection, is not proper to perception alone. Its manifestation in the guise of Herausfassung by one's attention is but a particular case of it. Okay, so its manifestation in the guise of this exception by perception, or this accepting perception, is but a particular case of it. So I think I can confront this contradiction if I shift my focus from the TV to the couch. And that's a particular case of that contradiction, that my awareness shifts, yet these res extensa continue to exist, right? But that's maybe not the only way to come across this contradiction. Maybe it also happens like it happens apart from our perception. It happens automatically in the background.
It is either referring to the opposition itself or to the Hierophysung. Or is the Hierophysung unintelligible without thinking of it as the opposition between central and marginal consciousness? Like, are those one and the same?
The Hierophysung, Jesus Christ, the accepting perception,
yeah.
until we learn how to speak proper, right? Is but a single case of this opposition itself. So this opposition itself can be expressed as this act of perception that we're doing. That's one way to express it, but there are it is but a particular case of it. I can't think of another case, but it looks like that's what he's saying. This opposition is the object, is not proper to perception alone. The manifestation, this accepting perception, is only a particular case of it.
So that makes me think that the opposition between concealing and revealing, right, is not just something that we experience through perception, and it's not just real in perception. I think that the point is that ontologically it goes all the way down. So that's basically what we're getting at. Which is obviously going to be Heidegger's he's going to really lean into that later. Like, it's already there in Being and Time, but he really goes there later. If you read the basic writings, especially his essay on truth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It can be found in all the acts of consciousness, acts of memory, imagination, pleasure, will, etc. In the background of conscious life, there is a multitude of cogitations. This background is not a vagueness beyond the reaches of analysis, a sort of fog within consciousness. It is a field already differentiated. One can distinguish in it various types of acts. Acts of belief, the dawning of a genuine belief, a belief that precedes knowledge, etc. Of pleasure or displeasure, of desire, etc. Now, quick little bracket here, folks. These being called acts is not to say like at the conscious level you choose it. We're talking about an act of conscious, at the level of consciousness, it's an act. So it's like you're becoming convinced of a certain belief. Like right now, after watching that video of Joe Biden, where he's just like, I am becoming convinced that he's at least 4,000 years old and that the blood of humans was not keeping him rejuvenated. And now the baby blood is actually wearing off. Like, it's not going to work anymore. Like, he is too old. Like, this is not based on knowledge. This is just like the dawning realization that nothing I've ever understood about reality answers for what I'm seeing, right? So I have like some new operating assumption coming into motion. And then of course it's on the basis of that I'm going to start like adding knowledge to that, I guess, which is how conspiracy theories work.
So it's also the silent weaving, right?
Yeah.
The silent weaving of the conspiracy.
Of the spirit. And the thing is this is, at least according to Husserl and Heidegger, and I think there's something to it, how it functions all the way down. Even in science, there's always an assumption that is guiding the way. There's always an object of the seeking. Like, this is how Heidegger opens Being and Time, actually, in the introduction. That we have to think about the formal structure of a question. What does it tell us? Well, every seeking has something that it's seeking. And it's never, ever just this neutral thing. We are seeking something. Sometimes multiple things. I'm really excited to get to that lecture on Saturday. So, can you reread all of those things, those acts for me? And I'm going to write them on the board.
This background is not a vagueness beyond the reaches of analysis, a sort of fog within consciousness. It is a field already differentiated. One can distinguish it in various types of acts. Acts of belief, the dawning of a genuine belief, a belief that precedes knowledge, etc. Of pleasure or displeasure, of desire, etc. Something like tentative acts are present before the acts themselves. Tentative judgments, pleasure, desire, etc. There are even decisions of this type which are present before our accomplishment of a genuine cogito, before our ego becomes active by judging, being pleased, desiring, or willing.
So I have belief, desire, will, judgments, and decisions. I think that even love gets added to the list of acts in this sense.
Yeah.
I don't think that. Like I'm saying that I think I remember that being in actual Husserl. So
I
or
can't.
was it
I think I'm thinking of Dostoevsky now, but you saying love made me jump to Dostoevsky being the unconscious act.
really quick? I want to say hello to the chat. What's up, guys? How's it going, everybody? What are you all doing? It's the middle of the night. Why are you up? In fact, now I want to know, is it the middle of the night for you all? What time is it? Is it 4 in the morning? So I think it's 4 in the morning for Limey Redneck, who probably fell asleep already. What about you, Alexander? What about you, AM? Is it in the AM for you? It's definitely in the AM for Sue. What up, Sue? Guessing you're probably not listening right now because you're probably studying or working, but he's over in Hong Kong and it's morning time in Hong Kong. Okay, Google, what time is it in Hong Kong right now? Here we go. Oh, do I have to use my phone?
I know he's awake. He responded to me earlier, so make sure you're getting rest, Sue.
Yeah.
It's 4:30 a.m. Limey Redneck.
Dude, it's 12:31 p.m. in Hong Kong right now. So
Sue's working.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Limey Redneck. No, that's not insomnia. That is
that's
drive,
dedication,
dude.
brother.
That's drive. That is drive.
Yeah, man.
You're getting enjoyment. And I'm getting enjoyment from telling you that it's not insomnia, it's enjoyment. But actually, fun little factoid that would not have come up without this interaction with the chat. Serendipitously, insomnia is Levinas's main concept. Or sorry, not concept, it's his main phenomenon. He is able to get so much meaning from thinking about the phenomenon, and which is to say the experience of insomnia. What does it actually mean to be human? Well, we can't think what it is to be human without a serious thinking about insomnia and the terror of laying in your crib as a child before language, hanging out into nothingness, feeling completely isolated. And it's only through the other that we're able to find any relief from that experience, right? That's a crucial thing. But that comes in his more developed philosophy. I don't think we'll run into it here, so we'll keep going. Without going into the details of the structure, we can oppose actual consciousness to the sphere of possibilities which are contained implicitly in the actual life of consciousness and form a not yet actualized or potential consciousness. With the help of the notion of actual and potential consciousness, we can understand the independence shown by the material world with respect to subjectivity. It is an independence only with respect to actual consciousness. The object which we do not have actually in sight does not disappear from consciousness. it is given potentially as the object of a possible actual consciousness. Horizons, as Husserl calls them, in the form of marginal phenomena, or in the more indeterminate form of implicit possibilities of consciousness, accompany that which is given clearly and explicitly. We may let our sight wander around these horizons, illuminating certain aspects of them and letting others fall into darkness. The property of the world of things, of being in itself, means nothing else than this possibility of going back to the same thing and re-identifying it, which is italicized, and I wrote in the margin, science and repeatability as one of the... So, of course, for someone like Popper, real science is real because it's repeatable and it's verifiable by other people. And that gets us to objectivity. And they're just saying, this idea of objectivity that you're clinging on to is a reference back to the possibility of redisclosing it to consciousness. We're still trapped in this circle here. There's no getting out of the circle. Limey says the abyss can't sing lullabies very well. No, we can't. This conception is of even greater philosophical interest because the potential sphere does not belong to consciousness contingently, but as a necessary part of its structure, and so does the possibility for the various moments of the potential sphere to become actual and to be in turn surrounded by potentialities. Now, this is a quote: "The flux of consciousness cannot be made of pure actuality." End quote. It is necessary, quote, "that a continuous and progressive chain of cogitations be always surrounded by a sphere of inactuality, which is always ready to become actual." In summary, the existence of an unperceived material thing can only be its capability of being perceived. This capability is not an empty possibility in the sense that everything that is not contradictory is possible. Rather, it is a possibility which belongs to the very essence of consciousness. The existence of the totality of physical reality, which forms the background of what is actually perceived, represents the positive possibility of the appearance of subjective phenomena of a certain type, an appearance which can be anticipated to a certain extent through the meaning of that which is actually perceived. Quote, "To say that it, the material object, is there means that starting from the present perceptions with their effectively apprehended background, some sequence of possible perceptions lead to those sets of perceptions in which the object could appear and be perceived." End quote. So far, we have spoken of the existence of the physical objects relative to consciousness. Now we want to make clearer another character of their existence. Not only is their existence relative to a multiplicity of aspects in which they are intimated, but, moreover, these aspects never exhaust things. By right, their number is infinite. The aspects which we see at any given moment always indicate further aspects, and so on. Things are never known in their totality. An essential character of our perception of them is that of being inadequate. The inexhaustibility. Yeah, go.
I was thinking that I think first it kind of foreshadows where Levinas ends up later with
exactly
the ineffability of the other, but as things themselves are ineffable, we only ever have access to our interpretation of things as they come. So the people who want to mathematize everything and who want to die on that hill of objectivity really are just bracketing out their perspective, and they're failing to account for their point of view. And I just think it's amazing. Like a little pebble that you pick up on the sidewalk is ineffable. Like you can know all that you could possibly know about this little pebble. We could examine it. We could, look at it with electron scanning microscopes. We could do all these things, and we could know essentially infinite things about this little pebble, and there would still be more. It would still have more locked away behind thisness. What is it? Quiddity or hexaity? With like, we don't have access to things as things in themselves. We only have access to things mediated by our senses, which is why you can't rely on sense certainty for objectivity. Like objectivity is already inside of us.
Mm-hmm. And ineffable, I think the word ineffable is a good word here, but it's also a lot more of a mystic friendly word than Husserl and Heidegger are going to be, even though to some people they're just mystics. Which is to say, existence is always overflowing our ability to conceptualize it. And in fact, the more you've conceptualized it, the less of existence you actually get to experience or live. And of course, it's like God is ineffable might be like a way of taking that. And there is a little of like that resonance here, but it would be, I think it's different to say that something's inexhaustible than ineffable in a very important way. And that is that through science or the systematic and rigorous approach to any subject matter, whether it's within the natural sciences or not, we are able to, sure, we won't exhaust the subject matter, but we're able to actually get something. We're actually able to get somewhere. And phenomenology is about the conditions of possibility for being able to get something. So it's not, so just to say that it continuously overflows and that there's always more aspects to things, leaves out the part where it's like, yeah, but we can get a grasp of the situation. Now, it might not be total, and it might not be totalizable. And insofar as we think we've totalized it, or act as though it's totalized, we're digging ourselves into hell, like a real problem. Think Stalinism. Sure. But we can get somewhere. And like, that's the nice thing about Husserl and Heidegger. So they don't give up on our ability to get somewhere, right? So does that make sense? Ineffable is more mystic.
Yeah. Ineffable, I guess, contains a futility.
Yes, thank you.
Where it does matter doing this phenomenological work or whatever. No, we are really trying to develop an objectivity. We just also ontic versus ontological, right? Like we're not doing metaphysics, and we understand that. Whereas the scientists, the scientismists or whatever,
there we go.
They're really, in a way, just doing metaphysics in the derogatory way. But they think they're not. They think they're doing hard materialism. Mm-hmm. Whereas in reality, it's like, no, you're assuming that you have access to cosmic truth, the ultimate end all be all, which is just another path to, God.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and the scientismistic it's stupid to have to say it, scientismists, but that's because scientismists are not scientists. There might be an overlap there. Dr. Lawrence Krauss or Krauss, is it Klaus? Krauss? Yeah, he's a good example of a scientistic kind of scientist, right? Meaning that he thinks that the method he has taken to be science, which is not even a method that was adhered to most of the people who pioneered most of the fields that he takes for granted, is the the only golden road to truth. And of course, it's only capable of correctly ascertaining certain kinds of facts, which are far from being our total possibilities. To speak like a good phenomenologist, or a phenomenologist, yeah. Ultimately, I don't know. I feel like there is a room for rebelling against phenomenology, because I think I'm going to have pretty big arguments with Heidegger and Levinas from a Marxian standpoint. But I also, and it went, but that's a way out. That is a way out. Like, and even then, it's going to be the most sympathetic kind of critique. It's not going to be this, oh, that's idealism. That's bourgeois. That's the interior of the bourgeois intellectual. I'm Lukács. No, it's not going to be like that. Limey Redneck says, I hear that as a criticism sometimes. We can't truly fully know, so why ask questions? Why ask questions with no answers? Yeah, it's the fuckboy's escape hatch, right? Like the fuckboy who just wants to get right back to chasing ass because he's just not burnt out on it. He's not burnt out on it yet.
This is hard. This is hard. I'm going to stop doing this, and I'm going to come up with some way to make it sound like I'm actually in the right for I'm getting off the mountain. I'm going to stop climbing, go back to base camp.
Yeah, this is what that person will say.
I'm trying as much as possible not participate in our economy. I don't like money. So, I'm trying to live by bartering alone.
This is the version of that person who still does mushrooms and really likes really likes big ideas. They just don't like serious thinking. They don't like serious thinking. They just like big ideas, which is valid.
Yeah. They just like what's on the box. They don't actually use the product.
Bitch, I bought all of the boxes and I'm dumping them out on the ground and I'm looking for that one fucking toy.
Yeah.
That's what we're here to do. All right, so he says, a material thing refers to double relativity. On the one hand, a thing is relative to consciousness. To say that it exists is to say that it meets consciousness. On the other hand, since the sequence of subjective phenomena is never completed, existence remains relative to the degree of completion of the sequence of phenomena, and further experience may, in principle, falsify and reduce to a hallucination what had seemed to be acquired by a preceding perception. This characterization of the existence of material things is meant by Husserl to be only temporary, so its definitive elaboration is one of the main problems of phenomenology. Yet it allows us to understand how, as Husserl says, the existence of transcendent objects is purely phenomenal, how the existence of a thing is never necessarily required by its mode of being given, but is always in a certain way contingent, and also how all that is given of a thing in person could also not exist. Okay. I want to keep reading, but I also genuinely did not wrap my head around that, probably because I was reading it. Did you get what he was saying here?
Characterization of the existence of material things is meant by Husserl to be only temporary, so its definitive elaboration is one of the main problems of phenomenology. I think that just we only have access to the characteristics and qualities of of things, and that these things are all kind of transient and temporary. The existence of transcendent objects is purely phenomenal, how the existence of a thing is never necessarily required by its mode of being given, but is always in a certain way contingent. So that, like, and also how all that is given of a thing in person could not exist. Like just that there is this infinity of thisness to all things, that evades us.
Jim said it's almost 5. Jim, does that mean 5 a.m.? In which case, you're basically GMT probably, or is it DET? I don't know. Anyway, let me know. Actually, shit, at this point, that's probably Athens. So, which is, I think, like, is it Western European time? I don't know. There's Eastern, there's Western. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Well, great to have you here, Jim. Jim said, desire is desire in this context feels kind of Deleuzian in relation to a production machine for knowledge.
I guess I could kind of see that.
Yeah. I just think that the Deleuzian move is to make desire the defining thing here. Whereas like Schopenhauer would say, it's will, right?
Representation or will.
Yeah. So it's like will versus desire. But all of these are so-called faculties. Like we experience them, we know they exist in like that at the level of experience. But then different philosophers prioritize one, and by prioritizing it, you get to see a whole other way of interpreting existence. But the question is like, is Husserl prioritizing one over all the others? I think it would be more like he's prioritizing representation, like trying to get to the bottom of like, off of a representation, what can we deduce about reality, considering the fact that we can't get outside of it? Yeah. But I don't know that that counts as, I don't think that's one of these faculties.
No, I think
Like
he's
all of
like
these
attempting
faculties
to
represent things.
Yeah, like he's attempting to get prior to all of these things. It with the caveat that like, hey, I can only go so far. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to continue on the journey or whatever. Like,
Oh shit! New patron. New $25 a month patron. Thank you, Zoxandra. Fuck yeah. Appreciate it. That makes a big difference. And it's kind of like on the assumption that that's going to grow a little bit more, that I'm leaning into doing these public lectures. That's the patron funded side of things. The private courses is the subscriber, like the my website and app subscriber funded side. That's like where Nance and Sue and Ken, and at this point Samuel Loncar and OG Rose as well. That's where they're all at. They're all in this subscriber side. But then we got these patrons over here who want to see more of this public content. They want to incentivize me to do this kind of stuff, and I want to be incentivized to do this stuff, which is why I started the Patreon in the first place. But it does require some actual push and pull, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you for that. So we were talking about these different faculties. We're talking about Deleuze. And the thing is, I would say that like when we're thinking about continental philosophy, it's kind of like, especially to a person who's used to thinking in a very positivistically, thinking in a positivistic way. Which is to say, if it's not demonstrable, if it's not verifiable, if it doesn't follow from previous premises, then it's bullshit. Like bullshit. They have these big time bullshit alarms that go off whenever they hear people talking in a way that doesn't accommodate those criteria for truth. Okay. And I'm very sympathetic to that position, extremely so, way more than any continental kind of person you'll ever meet. I promise. But Husserl is like the most rigorous and methodological of all continental philosophers. And it's because of Heidegger in his shift from serious critical philosophy to somewhat creative ideologue that continental philosophy, combined with a kind of post-Marxism that often returns to Hegel, is able to become like this kind of, it's just like this eclectic running around with bottles of spray paint doing whatever you want thing. And Deleuze and Guattari are very much that, running around with a bunch of spray bottles. Now, I'm not saying that they have not rigorously thought through the connections of the concepts that they use. And in a sort of sense, the form matches the content. The theory is actually the theory of why that's okay, right? Like, so it's not just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, which is where a lot of their acolytes go. I think it's a lot more rigorous than that, largely off of the shoulders of Deleuze, who was working on his own for decades and doing a very serious kind of working through the history of philosophy. But go read Husserl, compare it to 1,000 Plateaus, you'll see what I mean. Or compare it to Division 2 of Being and Time, where Heidegger's getting into his more and more assertional, just like, I've been to the top of the mountain, I see how it is, guys, approach, which is not the way that Husserl's doing things. And I think my favorite thing about phenomenologists is always like, in some way, the degree to which they kind of maintain a fidelity to this rigorous scientific working within the realm of what's disclosable to consciousness, and not just jumping into speculation on the basis of what they want, right? And so Levinas is going to do a critique of phenomenology and philosophy and politics and history, arguing that ethics is first, that ethics is metaphysics, that ethics is the bottom thing, the wellspring from which all other things come. But he's not going to just jump there speculatively and then assert it. He's going to take you through experience after experience after experience, where what he's trying to get to is like answers, or kind of comes from conclusions of those experiences.
Yeah, he's doing the long division, and he's showing the work.
There you go. Exactly. And he's doing it with the tools of his masters. It is obvious that this thesis does not assert that there is something doubtful about the perception of the world, and that it is not opposed to the naive and natural attitude of the man who lives in the existing world. It is not a skeptical thesis. It does not deny the value of external perception by asserting its illusory character, its inadequation to genuine being. Such a skeptical thesis would not express a specifically philosophical attitude. While taking a stand opposite to that of the naive attitude, it would still leave us on the same level as that of naive life, since then philosophy would merely deny everything which is asserted in the natural attitude. We would be discussing the existence of the non-existence of the world, but we would still presuppose an unclarified concept of existence. Right? This is the contradiction of skepticism, when it's just like this extreme form. We would fail to question this concept, or we would rely implicitly on a pre-theoretical, non-critical concept of existence, which is, by the way, also what the person who tells you it's all too complicated, we can't actually know anything, that is what that person's getting at. The novelty of the analyses which we have just described is precisely that. Instead of making assertions about the certain or uncertain existence of things, they are asserting theses concerning the very mode of existence of external things. And this puts the problem on a new level. We could formulate the result of our analyses in the following way. The existence of material things contains in itself a nothingness, a possibility of not being. Oh yeah, which is kind of also what he was saying on the previous page when I was like, what is going on there? like you did touch on the fact that it's about contingency, but the second or the third of those three quotes that he used in short succession is that all that is given of a thing in person could also not exist, which is a way of saying contingency, except that it's a little more dialed in to, like, yeah, anything we experience could also not exist. And that is part of its actual structure, is as possible, right? There's a way of being a positivist that erases not just negation and negativity, but also the possibility inherent to this, to everything, right? This does not mean that things do not exist, but that their mode of existing contains precisely the possible negation of itself. This negation is not merely a characteristic of knowledge, as if we were only saying that knowledge of the physical world can never posit with certainty the existence of the world. Instead, one must take this possible negation as a constitutive element of the very existence of things. To avoid any misunderstanding, we must add that the contingency of material things that we assert here should not be taken to mean that existence is not included in the essence of material things, as it is in the essence of God, according to the famous ontological argument. The negation or contingency, which is inherent in existence, expresses no more than the duality of how external things reveal themselves and exist. This duality consists in the fact that a being is intimated, but it is intimated in an infinite sequence of subjective phenomena, that the existence of things is assimilated to the concordance of those phenomena, but this concordance is not necessary. Hence, the claim of things to exist is relative to those phenomena which, at any moment, may become discordant. Contingency here, I like this part right here, contingency here is not a relation between the essence and the existence of an object, but a determination of the existence itself. The purely phenomenal character of the existence of external things, which Kant determines by opposition to the things in themselves, appears here as an internal determination of this existence. Furthermore, contingency had to be understood here by opposition to the necessity of the ontological argument, then the necessity of the existence of consciousness, which we shall study presently, and which is opposed to the contingency of the physical world in Husserl's philosophy, would have to be understood in the sense of the ontological argument. But Husserl denies this explicitly. What just happened? Are we good?
I think we're still good. Stream looks
did
like it's still going.
Did you hear that noise?
Yeah, I thought it was something on my computer, but
No, it's like
I think we're good.
It's the worst noise ever when you're streaming, because
Chat, say if anything is fucky.
yeah, let us know. I'm confused. So Husserl denies what explicitly? So, furthermore, if contingency had to be understood here by opposition to the necessity of the ontological argument, then the necessity of the existence of consciousness, which we shall study presently, and which is opposed to the contingency of the physical world in Husserl's philosophy, would have to be understood in the sense of the ontological argument. Oh, he's just saying, yeah, contingency and necessity, and the necessity of consciousness and the contingency of the natural world. This is not something that is deduced for Husserl from the ontological argument. So, it is a famous argument, but it's not one that Husserl is operating with. Okay, Limey says everything's fine. Everything's fine except for the fact that he's still awake. J.A. said, I can't watch the whole stream because my laptop itself is low quality and my geographic location is low in internet infrastructure. Therefore,
Therefore, there is nothing you can do to make it less fucky.
Do not dare us. We we could. Oh, no, I'm kidding.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
No, that's dope. JA. That's dope that you're catching whatever you can catch. I hope you can come back and maybe catch it on the replay, the VOD. It's always there. It's on the internet. It will not go away, but it's dope that you're here getting it raw, straight to the main line, straight to the vein while you're doing it.
Yeah, Jay, do you like go to the library and like download MP3s of YouTube videos or like I don't know, do stuff like that? Do you like record your own MP3s from somewhere where there is good internet and then you take that back to your place? JA says, does that fall under the phenomena of time energy being lost through low price equipment? As fast equipment saves time for people. Yeah,
Dude.
Yeah, in a sort of sense, people who are operating on enterprise tech are part of the leisure class. You know, we could talk about it that way. Except that arguably none of them have leisure anyway, or like it's so rare because their time energy has been turned into labor power as well. And then if you're on that circuit, if your time is that of capitalist time, it doesn't matter if you're a worker or an owner, much less a manager. If you're on the treadmill of efficiency in all aspects of your day, all you can do is speed up time. So like you're fast forwarding processes by having other people or tools or combinations of those things do them for you. But because you're in the headspace, it's not just a headspace because it's not just subjective, but
it's an actual space.
It's an actual space. It's an actual mode. We experience it as a headspace, but it's an actual part of the structure, and you're in it. You're an organ of the structure, right? You're the sex organ of capital, right? No amount of enterprise equipment is actually going to free up time energy, but it can save you time in this sort of sense. It doesn't get you outside of time. It doesn't get you outside of time reckoning though, because getting outside of time, getting outside of time reckoning is where leisure actually is. But time energy reduced to labor power inherently undermines that possibility. Yeah, sorry, go.
Yeah, I was just because it can also simulate relative leisure, relative time energy, which I guess relative time energy and leisure, I guess we can use them interchangeably, synonymously. Yeah. The only people who have access to leisure are institutions themselves. Even like you said, the owners themselves are still instrumentalized. They're still on the treadmill. And what free time they have just goes right back into the machine through consumption, through influencing, through management, through hands-off concern. The enterprise institutions themselves have freed up their time energy. But what are those things? Those are corporations. Those are vast, dispersed algorithmic networks. Those are server farms. Like we are living in this age where the only human resource that we want is currently captured by the fucking machines.
Yeah, dude. That's a really good question, Jay. Like that question forced me to say more about time energy theory in a technical sense than most of what I've said about it on the internet. So, good job. Nothing is granted to the skeptics. That is the next line. Nance, will you take it away from that line? For at least
4 pages left.
Pages. Did you say we have 4 pages left?
Wait a minute. Oh no, 9, we got like 14, huh?
No, it's 9.
Okay.
And honestly, it's like 8. So it's just twice as many as you thought. But the thing is like, the thing about me and Nance, guys, we're kind of like you up at 5 a.m. We can do whatever the fuck we want. Hey! Doing whatever the fuck we want over here. Doesn't matter.
Respect my authority. Go
Go
hard in the paint, cuz.
But it's hot in this room, and so I'm gonna like air it out and refill my water, blah blah blah. So you take it away.
Nothing is granted to the skeptics. On the contrary, the origin and the true reasons for the mistakes of a skepticism are explained. In the relative character of the existence of material things, we find the foundation of skepticism. Skepticism created a chasm by hypostasizing as being in itself the claim of the subjective phenomena to existence, while calling knowledge these same subjective phenomena in the flux of their becoming. Noticing that the intimated thing is, in principle, inadequate to the phenomena which constitute it, skepticism seems to find the right to assert that we do not know being, and that we are constantly misled by our senses. But skepticism is precisely so called because it does not recognize the value of being to what we know and is guided by an idea of being which expresses the existence of things in only one way, the way in which things claim to transcend the phenomena which constitute them. The great interest of Husserl's conception then seems to be his starting point, the phenomenological starting point par excellence, to have tried to locate the existence of external things, not in their opposition to what they are for consciousness, but in the aspect under which they are present in concrete conscious life. What exists for us, what we consider as existing, is not a reality hidden behind phenomena that appear as images or signs of this reality. The world of phenomena itself makes up the being of our concrete life. It is a world of phenomena that have no clearly defined limits and are not mathematically precise. They are full of almost and, so to speak, obeying the vague laws that are expressed by the word normality. We can perceive how, with such an attitude, one can go beyond any philosophy which thinks it must start from the theory of knowledge, as a study of our faculty of knowing, in order to see whether and how a subject can reach being. Any theory of knowledge presupposes, indeed, the existence of an object and of a subject that must come in contact with each other. Knowledge is then defined as this contact, and this always leaves the problem of determining whether knowledge does not falsify the being which it presents to the subject. But this problem is exposed as fictitious once we understand that the origin of the very idea of an object is to be found in the concrete life of a subject, that a subject is not a substance in need of a bridge, namely knowledge, in order to reach an object, but that the secret of its subjectivity is its being present in front of objects. The modes of appearing of things are not, therefore, characters which are superimposed on existing things by the process of consciousness. They make up the very existence of things. Yeah, these two paragraphs could be a response to like Elon Musk hype beast bros, like these hyper skeptics who become like positivists. It's like a dog chasing its tail, but thinking that the tail is like, I don't know, cosmic truth or something. I don't know, like.
Hey, oh shit! Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say that I should let you know that your face is now on screen because it wasn't before, and like just in case you started picking your nose or some shit, you know. Like, I just want you to know that, like,
Yeah, dude.
people can see that shit now.
Don't judge me. This is my like self-soothing. I have to self-soothe.
I also made it so that, like, I made it so that you're talking into the microphone. Do you see that? It looks like you're talking.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Like when
We're
you're
living
leading
in the future, dude. I'm actually right there, dude.
Guys, we're sober. So, I mean, all
Just
right.
your brain on theory.
Keep going.
Until now, however, we have proceeded negatively. We have shown that existence does not necessarily mean existence in the manner of things, and that the existence of things in some way refers back to the existence of consciousness. What meaning does the being of consciousness have? How can it be positively determined? We must clarify these matters in order to reach the very heart of Husserl's ontology. The fundamental intuition of Husserlian philosophy consists of attributing absolute existence to concrete conscious life and transforming the very notion of conscious life. This conscious life, which has an absolute existence, cannot be the same as what is meant by consciousness in Berkeleyan idealism, a sort of closed world which has in fact the same type of existence as that of things. Conscious life must be described as life in the presence of transcendent beings. It must be understood that when we speak of the absolute existence of consciousness, when we assert that the external world is solely constituted by consciousness, we do not fall back into Berkeleyanism. Rather, we are going back to a more original phenomenon of existence that alone makes possible the subject and object of traditional philosophy. Those two terms are only abstractions based on the concrete phenomenon, which is expressed by the Husserlian concept of consciousness. This is really important, and this is where this starts to escape me. This stuff starts to escape me. Honest, like in a way, I think it is intuitive. He's like, okay, so we're starting here. We're starting with Berkeleyan idealism, and we're going beyond it in a way to say, like, yeah, okay, of course we are this kind of cooperative thing, these entities in the world where we make up the world. However, we are also the world itself. But we're still distinct. We're still, like, we are conscious life. We're not just a pebble on the sidewalk. We're not just a tree. We're not just an animal. We are humans. And that distinction is a hill to die on. And I like that. And it is intuitive, but also I struggle to articulate it. It's like a informed hyper panpsychism. So I don't know, like, me personally, I think maybe I have my fingernails are starting to scratch as I thrash about for purchase on the stone of this. But it's important. Like, it's not to say, oh, you know, we can all be solipsistic. Oh, we can all be hippy dippy. It's all in your head. It's all subjective in the negative sense that people tend to use subjective. It is necessarily this other thing that is, you know, outside of us and real, but also it's only outside of us and only real because we're here for it to be outside of and real toward in the first place. But I don't know. That's important. I think I know in the past I've really struggled to care about that distinction. And I know a lot of other people can tend to go whole hog and just be, super relativistic, super subjective. Again, meaning these negatively as they're commonly used. And just be like a solipsist. But it's not that. But also it starts from the same place where that was like a Berkeleyan idealism is a place to start from. Like it's not, fuck, I can't even say what I'm trying to say now, but it's like necessarily a give and take, a back and forth. It's not all in your head. You can't jump off the bridge. We're not living in a computer simulation where you can't fly, you can't eat drugs and be okay or whatever.
Can you hear me now?
Now, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and make it so. Back. Let's see. Good fill there. That was so my takeaway from everything you were saying is that it's not just subjectivism or idealism.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes.
Like that's what you're that's what you're getting at.
Yeah. The fact that people always go there, the fact that people always want to totalize it, say, well, it's either this or either that necessarily. It's like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you talking about? Why is it either this or that? In fact, it's neither that nor that other thing. It is something else that's made up with parts of both and also other things as well. But yeah, where people always want to go to this, like, oh, is consciousness fundamental to reality? And it's like, well, in a way, yes, but also it doesn't mean what Donald Hoffman says it means, who's the guy who, I don't know, people here on YouTube probably know Donald Hoffman, who's interesting, but he's also wrong as fuck.
Tight, yeah!
Really quick, I want to say to the chat, to JA, we're like there with you in spirit. You're going through the computer that is overheating. The library card that you just got has not made it so that you're able to stockpile up on this stuff and then listen to it at whatever speed you like. And so it is like a huge time waster to have like this lag. But the kind of time that we have when things are working still isn't time energy. That's the point. So time energy is something special and it's over here. And then what we have within capitalist time is either wasting time or using time to make money. Like that's basically it. And you're wasting time. You're not making money. And if you tried to compete with people who are making money, yes, you're using insufficient tech. That's absolutely correct. And so, yeah, you are wasting it. And Jim said, all good. To what? To what? Jim, were you referring to, or were you responding to JA? I'm not sure. Often I lose the referent in the chat. Okay.
I think Jim is catching up and he's responding to our question of whether or not we were having issues.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Jim. Where are we at?
Right here, we shall first describe.
What page is it?
17? 18.
Yeah, middle of
halfway down.
Okay.
18.
Okay. We shall first describe the absolute character of the existence of consciousness and then show how this existence consists in being intentional. It will then follow that consciousness is the origin of all being and that the latter is determined by the intrinsic meaning of the former. So Heidegger is not going to say that consciousness is the origin of all being. I think that some people would like to think that he's saying that, but according to Levinas, that is what Husserl is saying. And we also have to assume that until he says otherwise, Levinas might assume that Heidegger thinks this as well. Thus, we shall be in a position to understand how the study of conscious life, when understood in a certain way, may have a philosophical value. To determine the essence of consciousness, Husserl starts from the totality of those phenomena which are included in the Cartesian cogito. Quote, which is just like cognition, consciousness, right? Descartes' idea of the self and its perception abilities. Quote, we are taking as a starting point consciousness in the pregnant sense of the term, in the sense which first comes to mind and which can be most easily expressed as the Cartesian cogito, as I think. As we know, Descartes understood the cogito in a wide sense, in such a way as to include any state such as I perceive, I remember, I imagine, I judge, I desire, I want. I don't think that on this list here we had included remembering or perceiving or imagining. And I'm going to add those. So what is it? Remembering, perceiving,
Imagining.
imagine.
And judge, is judge on there already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had judgments, but it should be more like judging.
Yeah.
And then instead of decisions, it should be like deciding. So now the whole list, can you read it off?
Belief, desire, will, judging, deciding, loving, remembering, perceiving, and imagining.
Those are all acts of consciousness in the sense that we're using it here. And they're all part of intentionality as it is being used here. As I said earlier, for those who are just joining the stream, intentionality is not the way that people tend to run around using it in the scene. Those states of life, those Erlebnisse, do not form a region of reality which is simply beside the world of nature. It is only in terms of empty categories that we may use the word being with respect to both the world of things and the world of consciousness. The Erlebnisse, which is all of those acts of consciousness, have a different mode of existence. We insist on this from the beginning. Consciousness has in itself its proper being. It constitutes a region of being original in principle. Elsewhere, Husserl says even more explicitly, there emerges an essential and fundamental difference between being qua consciousness and being qua thing. In this way is intimated a difference in principle between the modes of existence of consciousness and of reality, the most important difference that there is. If we concentrate on the manner in which consciousness is revealed to reflective insight, we shall notice that in the perception of consciousness, or reflection, immanent perception in Husserl's terminology, there is no duality between what is revealed and what is only intimated, as in external, transcendent perception. And then a quote, Ein Erlebnis schattet sich nicht ab, which I think translates to, for any being in this region, it is nonsense to speak of appearance. No, this is not. This is a different quote. So one quote is untranslated for some reason. And then the next quote goes, for any being in this region, it is nonsense to speak of appearance or of representation by Abschattungen. Abschattungen. What was that word again? It's not the other one, but for the.
I don't think we got to
Yeah, I don't.
Abschattungen. Jesus Christ.
It was Herausfassen that we were on before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I know. Well, does it matter? Probably not. But since I have it out already, let's go ahead and get the answer. Why not? Let's see. So German to bitch, where the fuck is it? All right, it's not one click away like I wanted it to be. So I'll keep going. Yeah.
The ein Erlebnis schattet sich nicht ab is an experience cannot be overshadowed. And Abschalungen is echoes.
Ooh. Abschattungen is echoes. Okay. Psychical being. This is a big quote from Husserl. Psychical being, being as phenomenon, is in principle not a unity that could be experienced in several separate perceptions as individually identical, not even in perceptions of the same subject. In the psychical sphere, there is, in other words, no distinction between appearance and being, and if nature is a being that appears in appearances, still appearances themselves, which the psychologist certainly looks upon as psychical, do not constitute a being which itself appears by means of appearances lying behind it. The flux of consciousness is always given in an immanent perception as something absolute, something which I forgot to say end quote. We're back to Levinas now. The flux of consciousness is always given in an immanent perception as something absolute, something which is what it is, and not as an object which is anticipated on the basis of a sequence of phenomena which may further contradict or destroy one another and consequently disappoint our expectations. Unlike the perception of external things, immanent perception is adequate. Quote, the perception of an Erlebnis is a direct vision, just or show it, of something which is given or could be given, in perception as something absolute and not as that which is identical in many of these echoes. A feeling does not appear through echoes. Dude, is this really? Yeah, echoes. Would this be
echoes.
Would it be like also a word like a synonym of reflections?
Let me go to word reference instead of.
Yeah, please.
Actually, I'm gonna go to Bard and see what Bard has to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because this word echoes. Could be many things. It could be shadows, could be reflections.
The perception of an Erlebnis is a direct vision of something which is given or could be given in perception as something absolute and not as that which is identical to many Abschattungen. A feeling does not appear through Abschattungen. Whenever I consider it, I have something absolute which has no sides that could be presented once in one way, once in another way. And for some reason in the past, I wrote qualia equals no sides. And I don't know if that's like etymologically a thing. I don't know where I was getting that from. So just interesting that past me thought that. I don't know where I was getting it from at the time. I didn't even know that I read that. I didn't even know that I read this before. Like I have no recollection of reading this in the past. Before
and you're finding your old notes?
Yeah.
Dude, how dope is that though?
I listened to this at work last week, but I did not know that I'd read through it. Yeah, but I have a note that has going off of So where you see the Husserl quote, the last sentence is, whenever I consider it, I have something absolute which has no sides that could be presented once in one way, once in another. So he's saying that like the object of these considerations doesn't have sides. But then I wrote that this no sides equals qualia. And I don't know if I was just surmising that or if I was basing that off of something that I'd heard, or I have no recollection. So people, if you know that that's like, is the root, okay, Google, is the root of qualia something that has the connotation of no sides? Elevator music.
The root of quaglia could refer to two things. One, the quaglia family distillery. In this context,
I said qualia. Okay, I said qualia. Come on. I apologize for the confusion. Qualia doesn't have a root that directly translates to no sides. It's a Latin term used in philosophy to describe subjective conscious experiences, like the redness of a rose or the sweetness of chocolate. It doesn't inherently carry any connotation of neutrality or being without sides. So is the point that like the idea of red obviously like is a qualia, and it doesn't have sides. And yes, we find it in a variety of manifestations, but that is not the point, right? Like, what is the point? What is he getting at here? And I don't even know what he's doing in this quote. I don't know what Levinas is doing with him on this page.
So I think, yeah, I don't know if I would boldly posit qualia, but it does like track, like qualia are these things that are they're non-things that are still there. The perception of an experience, Leibniz, is a direct vision of something which is given, or it could be given in perception as something absolute, and not as that which is identical in many Abschätzungen. Now, I can't find this word, and if we were doing a deep dive, we could really like get to the root of what's going on here with this word, like what we've done in the past. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's either a misspelling or a weird conjugation or something. It's not showing up on any of our resources. But
Oh, geez.
we'll say echoes, we'll say reflections, we'll say something like that.
Yeah. And
so yeah, like that would be qualia. That would be the redness of a rose. You don't have direct access to the redness of the rose. It is not a concrete thing. It is not a physical thing. It is not a real thing. Nevertheless, it's actual.
good. Yeah. And Jim says, so theories of the world are relative to the subject making them. Could we draw some kind of, could we drop a kind of post-structuralism from this? Yeah, absolutely. This is it. We only get to be post-structuralist through people who were profoundly impacted by phenomenology. Yeah. Without that, you have Saussure and Levi-Strauss and even arguably Lacan. They're all doing a structural kind of thing. And I said arguably Lacan because he's kind of also a bridge to post-structuralism. But you also, I would argue, like Heidegger is also like a serious sort of structuralist in a sense, and that he moves beyond that once he becomes one of the most profound critics of instrumentalization in defense of thinking, in defense of a kind of thinking that cannot be instrumentalized, which is also what Levinas is doing. And in fact, when you see people use the term postmodern or post-structural, and I know these are not the same thing, but in the way that you just used it, you could just substitute post-structuralism in that sentence with postmodernism, because we're talking about relative to the subject. And when people talk about postmodernism, the idea is you can't get outside of the subject position. Everything becomes super reflexive. And the most important thing is you cannot come with a grand meta-narrative or totalizing account of everything. Well, the can't get a totalizing account of everything does, as we've already kind of established here, come out of phenomenology. What Heidegger does with that and what Levinas does with that, it's going to be two separate things, but there's a lot of ways that there's resonance and synergy between those two approaches to their critique of instrumentalization and totalization. And what I was going to say is, whenever you see people use this word postmodern, they are also usually saying something about, oh, those post-structuralists, those postmodernists, they don't like totalization, they don't like totality. And you'll actually hear them mock or ridicule totality. And it's because they've only talked to people who use the jargon in a sort of like, everything I don't like is totality kind of way. And that's, I get it. Most people only read one thinker and some of their acolytes. And so if your one thinker is Marx and some of his acolytes, and then you keep running into Derridians and Foucauldians and Leotardians and etc., eventually you get pretty tired of them saying, oh, that's totalization, oh, that's a totality. Yeah, for sure. But also, if you're a dialectical thinker and you're base as fuck, then you're not going to settle up, at one camp. You're not just going to be happy with one of these thinkers. You're going to have to think through these contradictions and tarry with the negativity of the contradictions between them. So, yeah, I guess all I'm trying to say here is that there is a gateway to post-structuralism through Levinas, and that nobody thought about totalization more than Levinas, and that the way he gets appropriated for lowercase critical theories, queer theory, gender theory, post-colonial theory, etc., is kind of just like a knockoff brand cheapening of Levinas. It's controversial. We'll just put it that way. What I just said is controversial. Don't go running around saying it if you don't expect some flack in the literary critic circles. But, you have it on good faith that is the situation. I am a big fan of totalization, but I'm a bigger fan of the critique of totalization, because if you read Levinas seriously, there is no getting outside of totalization, but there is also understanding that it's not the all, and that the most important thing is that the human exceeds instrumentalization and overflows categories and constantly surprises the predictions of those who do think that history and everything else is totalizable in some grand narrative. Phoebe says, or is it Phoebe? Says, this non-totalization is also somewhat present in Husserl, since the intentional object is never fully presented. Yes, exactly. And that is what we got into with, I don't know, like 4 pages ago, probably. But yes, 100%. And welcome. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, and there's somebody in the chat named Nance. What do you know? You want to read his comment?
Abshatungen seems to be shadows or nuance. It looks like it comes out of Abschatung, which would shade screens. But if there's anyone listening who knows better, than us Anglophone monoloids, let us know.
Cool. We'll keep going. So after that Husserl quote that kind of lost me because I didn't see how it serves the purpose Levinas is on, which I don't understand on this page, but we'll keep going. He says, that they may always turn out to be nothing is a characteristic of the existence of material things and is alien to a being which is revealed directly rather than in a sequence of Abschattungen. Quote, in this absolute sphere there is no room for discordance or mere appearance, or for the possibility of being something else. It is a sphere of absolute position. End quote. The analysis of immanent perception leads us to the absolute position of consciousness, to the impossibility of denying its existence. Quote, when reflective perception is directed toward my Erlebnis, what is perceived is an absolute self, the existence of which cannot in principle be denied. That is, it is in principle impossible to suppose that it does not exist. To say of an Erlebnis given in such a way that it does not exist would be nonsense. End quote. We seem to be in the presence of the Cartesian cogito. There is no doubt about the relationship between the two sides, and Husserl realizes it. We shall return to the connections that can be found between Husserl's attitude and that of the Cartesian cogito, but let us say now that by stretching the connection too far, one could distort the most original thought of the German philosopher. Indeed, for Husserl, the absoluteness of consciousness means more than the indubitability of internal perception. Sorry, I thought that was like a clause, not with a period at the end. Okay, rereading. Indeed, for Husserl, the absoluteness of consciousness means more than the indubitability of internal perception. This absoluteness does not concern only the truths pertaining to consciousness and their certainty, but also the very existence of consciousness itself. To posit as absolute the existence of consciousness means more than the fact that it is absurd to doubt it. Deathgone said, sup, insomniacs? Yo! Which is also fitting for those just joining who weren't here earlier when I already went over this. Insomnia is Levinas's key phenomenon in the way that Sartre has nausea and Heidegger and Kierkegaard have like angst or dread. It is with Levinas where we get to insomnia. What the truths it shows us about what it is to be a human. It is important to show that Husserl has done more than render comprehensible the absolute evidence of the cogito by appealing to the fact that internal perception is adequate. For Husserl, it is the absoluteness of consciousness itself which makes possible an adequate perception. The absolute evidence of the cogito is founded on the mode of being of consciousness, but only for the ego and for the flux of experience in its relation to itself do we find this exceptional situation. Only here there is, and there must be, something like immanent perception. It is not only at, so it's interesting that he says only here. I wonder, like, on what basis do you say only here? I think he just means that at the level of how we experience it, the most certain thing is that we do have perception and experience. We are a locus of that. And we can kind of doubt the fact that anything else has it, right? But but we can also just as well project that everything has it, which is panpsychism, right? It is not only as object of reflection that consciousness being given adequately necessarily exists. The meaning of its existence consists precisely in not existing as an object of reflection only. Conscious life exists even when it is not an object of reflection. What is perceived in it, in reflection, is precisely characterized as not having existence in duration in perception only, but as having been already there before becoming object of perception. Here the existence of consciousness reveals its independence with respect to internal perception, as opposed to external objects whose very existence refers us back to consciousness. It is no longer a reflection on consciousness that constitutes its existence. The former is made possible by the latter. Side note, what time is it, everybody who hasn't already told us where you're at? What time is it where we're at? 10:49 p.m. Or, as my actual clock says, 22:49. Military time. I also wanted to say that if you're watching this and you're like you went back and you're speeding it forward to catch up, meaning that you will probably hear me saying this in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a half hour. Hello, you're catching up with us. You'll be there soon. And do let us know in the chat, because I'm very curious to know how many people are speeding their way to catch up, because the people who are speeding their way to catch up don't show up in the view count. And there's always a couple of you.
Really, dude?
Yeah, they don't. I've messed around with it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't know that. That's what I
No.
do, like almost like more than half the time I'm watching a live stream, I'm catching up.
Dude,
I did not know that.
I had a suspicion, and then it got confirmed during the time that I've been listening to Capital Mondays while at work, because I pause it so often and then speed up to catch up. In fact, I'll even like switch between an audiobook that I'm listening to and Capital Mondays. So I'll listen to the audiobook for 10 minutes and then I'll speed up to catch up on Capital Mondays premiere. And every time I catch up, the number goes up one. And every time I go back, the number goes down one. And that's how you know. Yeah.
Sneaky fuckers, dude.
Yeah, I think
How?
that does. I think that's fucked up. I think that's stupid. That should not be that way.
No, because it's to incentivize this, like, right now. Always on call, always right now. It has to, like, you're missing something if you're not here with us right now. Like, it simulates a shared time space that puts pressure on people to constantly be catching up with what's happening now. It's happening now. Now this, like Postman, right? Like there's this pressure that you're falling behind the world. The world is leaving you behind. What are you doing? Put on some clothes. Stop eating ice cream, you sweaty fuck. Watch this live stream. You're going to die. The world is ending. Buy something. Buy something. Buy something.
Go to my Patreon immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. I promise you guys, it will save the world if you do it. Or your money back. You'll have to talk to the people who are burying me. If it didn't work out by the time I die, then you could definitely bring your patron receipt to the funeral and say, I'm sorry guys, but I want my money back. Dude, can you imagine?
Demand my money back.
There's like a fucking shit ton of people at the funeral, but they're all pissed and they all have receipts. They're like, we want our fucking patronage back. What's up, Wendy? Good to see you. How you doing? And Phobe says it's 7 a.m. Woo! Yeah, getting it going. Right on.
Rise and grind.
Yeah, pour a hot cup of whatever. But Phobe said the perspective aspect or shading is an adumbration, a partial disclosure of the object. The perceived object then is an identity presented in a manifold of adumbrations. Yes, exactly. And earlier when I was over here, I avoided using that word adumbration because it hadn't come up yet. But the word adumbration is one that Husserl uses a lot. And it just means taking up a different position to the object, which is a cool word. So it's just like, check this thing out. Fun little object that I have in here. It's one of these things that you put a piece of paper on and it projects
it's
that.
an overhead projector, dude.
Yeah, Chris gave me this. It's fucking sick.
Sick.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how it fits in this space and what I want to do with it. My biggest question is, can I plug it into the computer so that if I want to slap something on that, you'll actually see it from the computer side? Like that's...
Oh,
and then it would all,
no way. It has like USB on the back?
It has USB, it has LAN, it has RGB, DVI. It doesn't have HDMI,
Dude.
but I've got DVI to HDMI, and I've got RGB to HDMI, so I could probably figure this shit out. I've had this for like, yeah, dude, I've had it for like a year. Okay, but the point is like I'm looking at it, but I can't take in all of it. I assume all the rest of it. I don't actually see the rest of it until I take up a new position to it. Okay, this is obvious. Everyone knows this. Even empiricists think about this and usually kind of use this as like one of the core experiences. Now, like what Heidegger then goes and does with that is totally different, because we form our understanding of being off of the basis of things that we take up a variety of standpoints to. We move through adumbrations to fill out our picture of the thing. But that's how we inform our understanding of being. An understanding of being that we have prior to all empirical experiences that then confirm our understanding in some possible way. And that possible way is typically in the way that natural objects appear to us. But Heidegger's point is going to be that not everything works like empirical objects. And so how do you get an adumbration on something that is not empirically there? Like negation itself, or like the necessary possibility of no more possibilities. Like, how do we get different adumbrations of the necessary possibility of no more possibilities? And is our kind of approach to understanding that a mode and or borrowing tools from this natural kind of attitude that we take up towards objects in the world? And in that case, are we crossing our wires? Are the signals fucked? Like, what's the issue here? For him, yes, obviously. Wendy said, "Hey, Dave, can't stay for the duration, but we'll come back through for the full lesson later on." Smiley face. "Thanks for all the work you all collectively do. 5 hours to go in my workday. ... Time to go. Take care, guys." Peace, Wendy. Looks like you have a shitty job where you can't listen to this stuff while working. My condolences. Unless you're paid a stupid amount, in which case, you lucky son of a bitch. But either way, it's great to see you. Well, we got 16 people in here now. And there's people who are catching up. So that's probably like 20. Are any of you on Twitch? Fucking, if you're on Twitch and you've been watching for a while, like let us know, because so far it's all been YouTube chat. But this is being restreamed to Twitch. Sick. All right. Getting back to it. Yeah, dude, Nance, I knew you'd get stoked about this thing. Fucking,
Dude, that's super sick, dude.
this thing is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having this like non-classroom space that not just simulates a learning space, not just simulates the classroom, the lecture hall, the laboratory, the library, but actually like goes above and beyond and is hyper connected. It's available to everyone across the world. It's fucking exciting. I love it. It's probably boring for the people who are listening to us talk about it right now, but I fucking love it. It is the shit. It's a new technology that is being created right before the audience's very ears and eyes. And it, like, I love it.
Fuck yeah, I love it too. All right. It is important to show that Husserl has done more than render comprehensible the absolute evidence of the cogito by appealing to the fact that internal perception is adequate. Is this where we're at? I think so. Middle of page 20. For Husserl, it is the absoluteness of consciousness itself which makes possible an adequate perception. The absolute evidence of the cogito is founded on the mode of being of consciousness. Only for the ego and for the flux of experience in its relation to itself do we find this exceptional situation. Only here there is, and there must be something like immanent perception. So this was, I think, a repeat, but we'll keep going.
Yep.
It is not only as object of reflection that consciousness, being given adequately, necessarily exists. The meaning of its existence consists precisely in not existing as an object of reflection only. Conscious life exists even when it is not an object of reflection. What is perceived in it, in reflection, is precisely characterized as not having existence and duration in perception only, but as having been already there before becoming object of perception. Here the existence of consciousness reveals its independence with respect to internal perception, as opposed to external objects, whose very existence refers us back to consciousness. It is no longer a reflection on consciousness that constitutes its existence. The former is made possible by the latter. Furthermore, we have wondered whether the assertion that consciousness has an absolute existence remains for Husserl a mere thesis that he does not attempt to clarify. Indeed, we cannot say that the clarification of the meaning of this absoluteness has ever been attempted explicitly by Husserl. This is certainly one of the most serious gaps in his theory. He will study the notion of existence proper to the various regions of being, but in the case of consciousness, back to which all regions refer, he will assert only its absolute existence. And yet it seems to us that there is at least the beginning of an analysis which goes in that direction. Husserl characterizes the existence of consciousness and its independence from reflection by saying that consciousness is ready to be perceived. But for external objects, according to their mode of existence, to be ready to be perceived always means to be already in some way an object of consciousness, if only implicitly, as a part of the horizon of an actual perception. Consciousness, on the other hand, is ready to be perceived in a quite different manner. For consciousness to be perceivable does not mean to be already an object of consciousness, but more precisely, to exist in this special manner, which is opposed to the mode of presence of objects to subjects. Consciousness is ready to be perceived through the simple modality of its existence, for the ego to which it belongs. This possibility of being perceived, a possibility which is inherent in the very existence of consciousness, derives, according to another text, from the fact that all Erlebnisse are conscious. Erlebnisse are conscious. They know themselves in some manner. But this conscious... Okay, can you double check that word, just on word reference? Erlebnis.
The Erlebnisse
Yeah.
is experiences.
Experiences are conscious. Okay, thank you. They know themselves in some manner, but this consciousness is not analogous to the perception of external objects or even to the immanent perception of reflection. Indeed, we also learn, and we can only make a note of it, that the existence of those experiences is equivalent to their being constituted in the immanent consciousness of time. The consciousness of time functions as perceptive consciousness. But Husserl adds, quote, the universal consciousness of time is obviously not a continuous perception in the pregnant sense of the term. In other words, it is obviously not a continuous internal reflection for which experience would be objects posited in the specific meaning of the term and apprehended as existing. End quote. The specific mode of existence of consciousness, its absoluteness and its independence from reflection, consists in its existing for itself, prior to being taken in any way as an object by reflection. Consciousness exists in such a way that it is constantly present to itself. Quote, all real Erlebnisse experience, qua existing and present, or as we could also say, qua temporal unity constituted in the phenomenological consciousness of time, carry in some sense in themselves their character of being in a way analogous to perceived objects. It's a seductive analogy, according to Heidegger. So that's the end of that quote, though, and I'll keep going. But that the existence of Leibniz is experience is in principle conscious does not mean that conscious life exists and then becomes conscious of itself. It is certainly an absurdity to speak of content of which we are unconscious, one of which we are conscious only later. So he's saying that Husserl is saying that it's absurd to speak of a content that we're unconscious of and that we'll become conscious of later. So there's always this interesting contradiction between psychoanalysis and phenomenology. Consciousness constitutes the very being of Leibniz. From this, we understand the great importance of the phenomenological investigations on the constitution of immanent time. Okay, to summarize. Okay, because it's like, so fucking what, man? Well, he's going to tell you. To summarize, consciousness presents itself as a sphere of absolute existence. The absolute existence not only expresses the indubitable character of the cogito, but also qua positive determination of the very being of consciousness, bounds the possibility of an indubitable cogito. So, Levinas had said 2 pages ago that this is not something that Husserl really defends, or like, it's like one of these fundamental operating assumptions. Every theorist has fundamental operating assumptions. For Husserl, the fundamental operating assumption is that there's an absoluteness to consciousness. And I think the way that he thinks he could probably get away with that, if I'm just supposing, is the fact that nobody who's reading him, who's comprehending him, is going to doubt the fact that they're conscious, right? Like you could then say, well, I actually doubt a specific definition of consciousness. And then he would always just be like, yeah, but there's a kind of consciousness that you don't doubt, right? And that is the absolute certainty of there is experiencing going on, right? Yeah, there's experiencing going on. Even when you're dreaming, there's experiencing going on. Even if the ego gets fuzzy, even if the phenomena blend together, there's experiencing going on. That's the point. This focal point of consciousness, this is the indubitable, indisputable, absolute. But I do like how Levinas points out that it's not really defended. And I wanted to make a note here about his writing style, about Levinas's writing style. His writing style in this, which he called ancient, and his writing in, say, later works like Totality and Infinity. Let's see if Nance has any sort of impression of or opinion of the contrast between this writing that Levinas is doing here and the writing he is doing in Totality and Infinity or later works in general. Does that stand out to you at all as something, or do you not have enough familiarity with his later work to even be able to draw any contrast?
No, I wouldn't, other than to say that this does feel like, he said it's ancient history, meaning like, oh, you know, I was younger when I wrote that. I'm not gonna hold that up to be the paragon of my writing. But this does feel older in a way, simpler in a way, not to deride it or anything. I still think this is like high level stuff, but it definitely feels more simple.
Wendy, $14 an hour to do car manufacturing, and you can't even listen to YouTube? I get paid $19 to $21 an hour working at Amazon and I get to sneak an earbud and listen to things. How is $14 an hour what you're... Oh, is this... Do you live in a different country? Is this like... Is $14 an hour is a lot of fucking money in Mexico. But the thing is car manufacturers in Mexico are making $4 an hour. They're not making 14. So what the hell?
Yeah, it sounds like probably, I don't know, Alabama, Missouri, Mississippi, somewhere around there. And when Biden came through to give his historic stump speech where the union won the day, look, nothing actually changed, right? The workers are still making shit pay.
God
And
damn, Wendy.
they can't even enrich their lives with, again, dude, and it's not a safety thing. Like, there are OSHA approved headsets. It's not about safety. It is about restriction and control.
Control, yeah.
It just makes me want to cut someone up with a chainsaw. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Wendy said, "It sucks,
Fucking...
bro, but this made my lunch enjoyable." Well, I'm glad you had an enjoyable lunch at least.
Wu-Tang.
Yeah. Deathcon says, "That is abysmal, girl. You have my sympathy." And then Phobe said, "This writing style seems more academic and drier than Totality and Infinity, which has a perhaps poetic aspect." That's exactly what I was fishing. That's exactly what I was fishing for. You're right. Yeah. It is more bold in its clearness. Like it is, it's not. So it's like, I feel like when Levinas is coming to his first mature stage, because there's two. When he comes to his first mature stage, he is bringing in like this poetic element as a conclusion of his theory. It is actually forming content, like they match. And this added meaning, these added dimensions that he brings in, and the fact that it really is beautiful, like what Totality and Infinity is
very
like
complex.
It's super complex, super technical, super fucking, you could say arduous, but it's so rewarding. It's like Totality and Infinity is like, it's pure jouissance when you're reading it the first time. Like it's just like not pleasurable at all. But maybe there's little tiny pieces where you're like, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, but the way he said that is just right. But it's very pleasurable once you've gone over the territory and then you come back to it, which is also obviously true with Being in Time. I'm just so stoked that, Nancy, you actually get to experience that within the next year and a half, probably. Like the return is so much. It's like the reward of all that hard work, you know. I basically wanted to say that this is not only antique, as Levinas said, it is like the most serious, just like he's not doing flourishes. He's not doing his own thing. He is doing two things at once. He is showing the German academic scene that he fucking knows Husserl. And he's telling the French philosophical scene, yo, open up this pit. There's some fucking shit coming. It's Husserl. Oh, and that's what he's doing. So he's doing both at the same time. And that's really how he first makes a name for himself. Of course, it's not much of a name. If it wasn't for Derrida stumbling upon Totality and Infinity, I think it's Totality and Infinity, in an actual bookstore. And it was like, it just looked interesting, I guess. This is the story. I don't know. It's an anecdote. I don't know if it's true. But apparently Derrida, like, discovered Levinas, like how Limp Bizkit discovered Stained, you know, or Korn for that matter. Like, you know, like Limp Bizkit was just like, Derrida is Limp Bizkit just fucking around. And then from all of his fucking around, something better than him. Okay, that's That's fighting words for Derridians. I'm sorry. I take that back. I take it back. Only because I don't want to get into it here. I just love Levinas. And Derrida might have deconstructed totality and infinity, but that doesn't mean he ever stopped being Levinasian. Okay. Okay. So we're in the middle of page 22, right?
I think it is in this, we believe, right there,
Okay. It is in this, we believe, that Husserl's conception of the cogito differs from Descartes'. For Descartes, indeed, the distinction between thought and space is above all a distinction between two types of knowledge, one absolutely certain, the other doubtful. There may be many reasons in favor of the truths that I can formulate, but they are never incontrovertible because, by its very nature, our sensibility is subject to error. The analysis of sensibility by Descartes exposes as relative and fallible what we assert on the basis of our senses. This analysis, however, is not presented as an analysis of the being of sensible things, but as an analysis of knowledge, that is, of the channels that put a subject in contact with being. From among those doubtful truths there is, for Descartes, one that is privileged, namely the cogito. But it is only one privileged piece of knowledge among others, a sort of axiom from which all the others should be deduced. The soul is easier to know than the body, because of the force of its certainty. Knowledge of the soul is superior to knowledge of the body. One can then understand that after the cogito, Descartes intends to deduce from the existence of consciousness that of God and of the external world. Descartes does not go back to the source of the evidence of the cogito. He does not search for its root in the being of consciousness, which renders this evidence possible. For him, the meaning of existence is not a problem. He is probably led by the idea that to exist means always and everywhere the same thing. And he then simply wants to show that the external world exists just as he has shown that consciousness exists. For Husserl, the necessary existence of consciousness does not follow from the cogito. Rather, this necessary existence is none other than an existence that allows a cogito. The cogito is not merely a means to attain a first certainty so as to deduce the existence of the world outside the cogito. What is interesting is the mode of existence of the cogito, the type of original existence that characterizes it. Hence, Descartes is still on the grounds of dogmatic philosophy, if we call dogmatic a philosophy that begins with an unclarified idea of existence borrowed from the existence of hypostatized external things, and then applies this type of existence to all the regions of being. For such a philosophy, the question is not to know what it is to be, but to know whether such and such an object exists. Right? It's kind of like saying, we assume we know what being is, so we won't even fuck with ontology. We're just worried about epistemology, which is approximately and for the most part where analytic philosophy has been since Kant. Against such a theory, skepticism has an easy task when it reduces the totality of being to appearance. If we admit that to exist is to exist in the manner of things, then we are forced to admit that such an existence is always problematic. Of course, the novelty of Cartesian philosophy consists in wanting to go beyond skepticism by abandoning the idea of existence conceived on the model of external things. If what appears does not exist, we are at least certain that the act of appearing exists. But Descartes did not follow this discovery to the end. Once he had reached, in consciousness, a domain of absolute existence, he did not see that the term existence is used there with a quite different meaning from the one it has when applied to the world of spatial things. He interpreted the former on the model of the latter. The soul, for Descartes, is a substance which has an existence parallel to that of extended substances, and is distinguished from them solely by the certainty we have of its existence. The specific character of the cogito is not understood by Descartes as the internal character of the substantiality of consciousness. Okay, what's going on here? So this is part of where I get like, because I'm not the Husserl scholar I wish I was, or had the time energy to be, I'm not sure how much of this is Levinas bringing in the first 40 pages of Being in Time. Right? Because this is very, very like the first, like this is all over the first 40 pages of Being in Time. And it's not what I think of when I think of Husserl. And I think do you remember from the part you read at the very beginning here, Nance, that he had said, yeah, it's right here. The need to distinguish Husserl's idealism from that of contemporary French idealists, therefore, together with the Heideggerian slant that Levinas himself brought to bear on his analysis of Husserl's intellectualism, conditioned the way in which Levinas concentrates on the absoluteness of consciousness. So it's like, there's a Heideggerian slant, according to Sean Hand. This might be the major influence of Heidegger in that slant. I'm not sure.
No, I
But the
was
point-
like, just like earlier today, I read the introduction of Being in Time. And going through probably the last couple pages of this, I just keep going back there. Like,
Right.
you know, the question and to be and this and that. And yeah, it's like, okay, there's definitely a lot of Heidegger being said here, but maybe did Heidegger get that from Husserl, or was Levinas bringing that back to Husserl?
Right.
But it's definitely there, and it's not like, not just because I read it earlier today, like it is there.
Yeah, and on the last page of the first part of the introduction, because there's two parts, he says that, you know, he italicizes fundamental ontology, Heidegger. And when he italicizes it, he is saying, look, everybody wants to go do ontology. Even to some degree, Kant could be said to be like wanting to do ontology. Hegel obviously is an ontologist. Everybody wants to do ontology, but people have not been careful about figuring out what presuppositions to have in place when asking the question, much less how to ask the question. And then this is where he goes with like, and this is what we're getting from this page, is that being is not reducible to beings, but our sense of being is the light that helps us see beings in the first place. But then because the beings are much more obvious than being, we take being to have the same kind of being that the beings have, right? This is a really tricky thing, especially whenever you hear a Heideggerian, all it sounds like they're saying is being, and it's annoying. It's fucking obnoxious, actually. Don't do it. But I think there's really something to it. And if being is just the most empty, most general placeholder, then why do we use it constantly? We affirm the existence of things by making some sort of recourse to this idea of being in every sentence we utter. But there are things that have different kinds and or modes of being. This is absolutely beyond doubt that the tree and the animal have different kinds of being. That the human and the starship or the moon have different types of being. Now, we all exist in some generic sense. but is that generic sense being itself? And even if it was, what does it do to skew our analysis and interpretation if we just assume it and get on our way? Well, that's not a problem for most of the successful sciences up to a certain point. And that point is when they enter a crisis of foundations. And to go with Thomas Kuhn, who was 35 years after Heidegger talked about these crises and foundations, these paradigm shifts, there was a lot of them in the 20th century, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Kuhn is only writing about them because there were a lot of them. But Heidegger was 35 years prior in Being and Time saying every one of the major sciences is undergoing a radical, he says, like teetering, tottering. Their foundations are shakeable, questionable. People are now searching for new foundations for all of these sciences. And he's like, they're just going to keep trying on the same old bases of how they've conceived being. So I am going to jump out ahead of those motherfuckers and try to do some of the work fleshing out what's been assumed and deconstructing as we go. So anyway, that's me talking about what Heidegger thinks he's doing in Being and Time, which is, I think, the slant here, where if any of you are Husserlians and you're like, no, dude, that's just literally Husserl, show me the page number, please. And I'll keep going. This is where Husserl has made progress. The evidence of the cogito is grounded in the mode of existence of consciousness in the same way that appearing characterizes the very being of external things. The difference between those two modes of knowing is not limited to their degree of certainty. It is a difference in nature. An abyss separates the adequation of internal perception and the non-adequation of external perception. Husserl's step forward beyond Descartes consists in not separating the knowledge of an object, or more generally, the mode of appearing of an object in our life, from its being. It consists of seeing the mode of its being known as the expression and the characteristic of its mode of being. This is why, in Husserl's philosophy, there is for the first time a possibility of passing from and through the theory of knowledge to the theory of being. The latter will consist of directly studying the essence of beings that are revealed to consciousness, and of studying the modes of existence in the different regions of objects. Let us say incidentally that with the idea of a different existence for external things and for consciousness, there arises the very possibility of different modes of existence, which is obviously the pioneering work that Heidegger is going to kind of stand on the shoulders of when he gets after it. We have tried to characterize the absolute existence of consciousness by indicating the conscious character of Erlebnisse, the character by virtue of which they are always present to themselves. This absolute existence should not be understood as it would be in an ontological argument. Husserl explicitly states that for him the existence of consciousness is simply factual. Clearly the necessity, this is a quote, clearly the necessity of the existence of each actual Erlebnis or experience is not a pure essential necessity, as in a pure eidetic particularization of an eidetic law. It is a factual necessity. Okay, we finally found the word eidetic. I was wondering when I was going to write it on the board. Could you go ahead and just double check? I guess.
From Eidos for. Let's actually get the.
Yeah, because there's the eidetic, and then there's another word that goes with eidetic, and Husserl uses these words a lot, and so I can't have all of this up on the whiteboard without getting into it. I think that this is the same as cognition cogitatum. You know what I mean? Kind of like signifier signified. The
yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
Eidetic is a technical adjective used to describe what we more commonly call. Oh, that's memory. No, bitch. I want.
You could ask Bard, what is eidetic juxtaposed to for Husserl, and what is the difference between those two terms? I just can't remember in this moment. Drawing a total blank. Ah! Phobe. I was just thinking that Phobe might know. Phobe says, eidetic means concerned with a priori essences. That's not the normal way people talk about it, is it? Phobe? What is eidetic juxtaposed to? Or inherently related to?
Yeah, what is because like eidetic is like the appearance as the essence.
See, that's
Like the image being the thing itself.
so Phobe says eidetic means concerned with a priori essences, and then Nance is saying the way in which it is concerned with a priori essences is that it is the necessary expression and or representation. No, see, that's the thing, is that there's two things, and one is basically the representation. I don't know if it's eidetic. I don't think it's eidetic. You didn't get an answer.
Yeah, because
already?
eidos is like the pure essence. So like eidetic is like necessary essence. Like the pure idea, the ideal. Let me get off Bard and just.
This is always my like, I've looked it up so many times and I try to remember it, but I just haven't spent enough time slogging through Husserl that I remember it. Oh my god, yes, here's the term that I was looking for. Okay. In Husserlian phenomenology, the primary contrast is eidetic to noetic. That's what I was looking
Noetic,
for.
okay.
Yeah. Is my bar just faster than yours, Nance? What the hell? What the hell, man?
It might be.
Noetic.
Like mine shot back empirical science, naive realism. And I put eidetic in. What is eidetic opposed to in Husserl?
I put eidetic versus blank in Husserl, and that's all I put. So like,
dude,
it came
that's
back
pretty
at me.
Advanced.
It is pretty good. It said, in Husserlian phenomenology, the primary contrast to eidetic is noetic. Eidetic refers to the essential nature or form of something, captured through a process of eidetic reduction. This involves suspending judgment about the particularities of an object and focusing on its universal and unchanging features. So, eidetic, i.e., essential form, which would be like I just add unchanging, or I'm going to do slash unchanging slash universal. Right. Noetic, on the other hand, pertains to the acts of consciousness themselves. It emphasizes the subjective experience of encountering an object rather than the object's inherent essence. Jeez Louise, so I'm just totally off on this. Noetic, on the other hand, pertains to the acts of consciousness themselves, which are all these ones. So, belief, desire, will, judging, deciding, remembering. So I'm going to go ahead and just do an orange box around noetic. And then I'm going to do this down here to all of these acts of consciousness. Okay. Well, this is a very important distinction in Husserl. And I think the term I was looking for a the cogitatum, or the thing that is represented through the noesis, is still escaping me. Let me know if you know it, Phobe. Phobe says, eidetic reduction is performed by doing multiple eidetic variations of the same object wherever or whereafter we see what is common to these variations, which would indeed be pure necessary essence. Yeah, and that's where we get to the unchanging universal. And so, all sciences would agree with that. To really get to the essence of the subject matter, you're going to want to see through variations what maintains the same, and then figure out what kinds of rules you can come up with to then specify its actual constitution, or its necessary constitution. Beautiful. This is the bottom paragraph, is that right?
Yeah, the bottom of 23.
Yeah. Husserl explicitly states that for him the existence of consciousness is simply factual. Clearly, the necessity of the existence of each actual experience is not a pure essential necessity, as in a pure eidetic particularization of an eidetic law. It is a factual necessity. The Seinnotwendigkeit of consciousness must mean something quite different from an existence that follows necessarily from an essence. It concerns not the fact that consciousness exists, but the mode of its existence. It does not mean that consciousness necessarily exists, but that inasmuch as it exists, its existence does not contain the possibility of its not being, which is the characteristic of spatial existence. That's interesting. It's really interesting. It does not mean that consciousness necessarily exists, but that inasmuch as it exists, its existence does not contain the possibility of its not being, which is the characteristic of spatial existence. There's a reason I think this is so weird, just because the entirety of being in time is saying, actually, that's the most essential thing about us, is the possibility of not existing.
But in the condition of not being, then you wouldn't be there to not be there. It's saying this itself is tautological. This thing isn't necessarily here. There's not necessarily a teapot floating in space. But if there was a teapot floating in space, then it would necessarily be there. Like it's retroactive. It's contingent. Like what makes sense to say, like, it's retroactively necessary because it is already there. Not to say that it's like integral to the fabric of the cosmos, but because it is there,
so its
origin has to be there.
Yeah, exactly. So its origin
it's not primordial.
Yeah, its origin is not necessary.
Right.
But from any standpoint it can ever take up, it is necessary.
Yes.
And absolute. Okay.
Yes. Which I think still tracks with Heidegger. Like Heidegger is like, yeah, but because we are already here, he's not concerned with the possibility of us not existing prior to existing. He's more like, why is it being towards death? Why isn't it being from birth? Well, who gives a shit? Like, we're not concerned with what's prior to. I mean, in a sense, of course we are, because it's built on that, but we're concerned with moving forward because that's how we can act. Through taking ownership of the past, we can act futurally. So it's, like retroactively necessary.
Stick. So I think that's right. I think that otherwise what I was saying would have been too weird. That'd have been way too weird if. All right, so you want to take it for at least the next page here?
Yeah.
We've got 2 pages left, folks. So we've made quite a bit of headway. Which is good.
To exist.
It's almost midnight.
To exist, in the case of consciousness, does not mean to be perceived in a series of subjective phenomena, but to be continuously present to itself, which is what the term consciousness expresses. Now we can understand how Husserl could meet the objection raised by Hering in Phenomenologie et Philosophie Religieuse. Hering's objection concerns the impossibility of passing from the indubitability of the cogito to the assertion of its necessary existence. Indeed, says Hering, in this case, the fact in question derives its indubitability not from the idea of the cogito, as is the case for the ideal existence of an essence, or in the case of the actual existence of God or for the ontologists, but from the particularly favorable situation of the observer. So, Paul could perfectly well imagine a world in which the consciousness of Pierre would not exist. End quote. And I think that's an early articulation of the anthropic principle, which is very popular in scientific circles, which is ultimately it's just to say like, well, yeah, we're here, so of course we're here. I mean, that's what it boils down to. Hering is perfectly right in saying that the existence of the cogito does not have the same meaning as the existence of God for the ontologists, since, as we have tried to show, Husserl himself admits this. However, if the necessity of consciousness is, according to our interpretation, a characteristic of the mode and not of the fact of its existence, one can no longer appeal to its privileged situation, which allows it to reflect upon itself, in order to dispute the necessary character of the existence of consciousness. The possibility of such a privileged situation is precisely what characterizes the existence of consciousness. And just to interject, that is very much the beings for whom being itself is problematic. In the being of consciousness is founded the very possibility of reflection. Only for the ego and for the flux of experience in its relation to itself do we find this exceptional situation. Only here there is, and there must be, something like immanent perception. The analyses of the existence which is proper to external things and to consciousness have not shown, as a superficial reading of Husserl's works could lead one to believe, that only consciousness exists and that the external world does not. Both exist, but according to 2 different modes. However, we must now emphasize a certain primacy of consciousness, which is crucial for the whole of Husserl's philosophy and which, above all, is vital for understanding the function and the place of intuition in his system. Consciousness exists, absolutely. This is guaranteed by every moment of its existence. But to say that consciousness, in the concrete totality of its course, carries with it the guarantee of its being amounts to saying that existence should not be looked for somewhere behind it, but that, with all the wealth of its details and meanderings, it is itself being, and that it is here that the notion of existence must be sought. Husserl's assertion in section 49 of Ideen that consciousness nullo re indige ad existendum does not, we believe, mean anything else. It is in this primacy of conscious life that naturalism is definitively superseded. Its last objection against that for which the intrinsic meaning of our conscious life bears witness could consist, as we have shown, in presenting all that life means as a purely subjective phenomenon, incapable of saying anything about being. We have tried to establish that the norm of being used by naturalism does not apply to all beings, and that consciousness exists in a different way. Furthermore, our analyses have shown that the existence of consciousness is absolute, and that consciousness carries in itself the guarantee of its being, while the being of naturalism returns back to consciousness, which it presupposes as its source. Only consciousness can make intelligible to us the meaning of the being of the world, which is a certain mode of meeting consciousness or of appearing to it. The world of nature, from which naturalism derives its notion of existence, only exists itself in the measure in which it enters the life of consciousness. But precisely because concrete life contains in different manners different regions of objects, to be does not mean the same thing for each of those regions. Their proper mode of being met by or constituted for consciousness must become the object of philosophy, and as we shall see, it must, according to Husserl, constitute philosophy's central problem.
No, just realized I don't have time to switch mics. What would be the central problem? Let's tarry with that for a sec.
The proper mode of being met by or constituted for consciousness must become the question of being, but precisely because concrete life contains in different manners different regions of objects, to be does not mean the same thing for each of those regions. Their proper mode of being met by or constituted for consciousness must become the object of philosophy. And as we shall see, it must, according to Husserl, constitute philosophy's central problem. So why am I different from a frog or a tree or a log or a rock? Microphone.
Oh shit. Yeah, right. And
There we go.
I love how in History of the Concept of Time, Heidegger goes into different realms of being, have different criteria for evaluation, for discernment, judgment. So that's fascinating. That's important. That's it's like the criteria used to judge one thing cannot be the criteria used to judge something else. The criteria you use to choose your doctor are not necessarily the criteria you're going to use to choose your artist. But they also, there's going to be some overlap, but you can't just conflate them one to one. You actually have to think, okay, there's these similarities. There's also these differences. And then here are these different contradictions, since both of these things exist at the same time. Contradictions are generated by this difference, right?
And living in this positivistic system, which capital is a positivistic system, science, as the scientismists would have it, is a very positivistic system. All of these positivistic systems just don't accept the difference, and they just outright reject it, and they say, no, this formula is the secret formula for all things, be it in your career, where, oh, why am I going to school? Hey, Dave, what good is this class for? How is this class going to be good for me? Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Or maybe I want to find a partner. So the same criteria, I have a formula that'll help me find a partner and a boss and a doctor. It is difference. It is negativity. It is these things that really matter here that just get chewed up and spit right back out by these positivistic systems.
Or completely ignored.
Yeah, not even acknowledged.
Yeah. Now that's the crucial, that's one of the most crucial parts. You don't know what you don't know, and if revealing is concealing, then it's they're really, they take their way of revealing as the only way, and they just take it for granted. Just done. They don't take it as possible. They take it as done. It's just, it is what it is, you know, 1-to-1 correlation. It's crazy, you know? And so it's like, but also this is the tendency. This is what we slide into. We all do this. Thinking is totalization. That's Levinas's point. Like thinking, language, reason, rationality, like all good. Also all forms of totalization, just because thought calcifies. We get in ruts, you know, there's the reification of consciousness, you know, and
well, and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work if I was hyper skeptical. I need, just to be in language, I need to have some presuppositions.
Yeah.
And we can like approximate, and we can build a world of shared reference, and we can build trust, and we can do all these things. But yeah, like I am groundless grounds. Like I am saying, no, this is what this means. And I have to take it to mean this if I want to communicate anything to you.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But also, like, they're not absolute. And we both have to understand that they're never absolute.
Yeah, I mean, and some people are just gonna be like, yeah, that's post-structuralism, or that's postmodernism, or that's relativism. And it's like, okay. When I think of those words negatively, like I don't think of what we're saying. But
right.
When I think of those things as like positive, I'm thinking of what we're saying. I think you have to fucking calibrate your fucking, you know, theory of how this situation works. How many more pages? It's a page longer?
Yeah. Yep.
So we're in the middle. So it's 3 more paragraphs. Oh yeah. 4 more paragraphs. Well, let's read off these last couple paragraphs. You want to do like 2 more and then I'll do the last 2?
Nice. However, by presenting the idea of a sphere which is the origin of all beings and prompts us to transform the very concept of being, seeing it no longer as the idea of substance, but as that of subjectivity, do we not fall back into a form of Berkeleyan idealism, where to be contained in consciousness is the total measure of reality? It is clear enough from our previous considerations that we are not dealing here with an idealism for which the assertion of the purely phenomenal existence of the external world means a devaluation of it. The external world exists. It is what it is, and to see it as being only a phenomenon is to clarify the sense of its existence. It is to show, after having looked at the life in which it is given, what its mode of occurring in life is. There is another matter which separates Husserlian idealism from that of someone like Berkeley. For Husserl, it is not a matter of reducing the world of spatial objects to contents of consciousness, and, in fact, of attributing to these contents the mode of existence of the material objects which have been drowned in them. On the contrary, the point is to show, and we have indefatigably emphasized it, that the sphere to which all existence refers back has a specific manner of existing. This specific existence lets us surmise that we are not in the presence here of a subject opposed to an object, of a being which is antithetical to objects, and for that reason is precisely on the same level as them. For Husserl, consciousness is a primary domain which alone renders possible and comprehensible an object and a subject, terms that are already derivative.
You can read the last one too if you want.
It is in this last point, I think I forgot to scroll a little bit. That's all right. It is in this last point that the main difference between Husserl and Berkeleyan idealism lies. Consciousness for Husserl and consciousness for British empiricism, highly tainted with naturalism, have nothing in common but the name. So far, we have characterized the existence of the absolute sphere of life as consciousness, i.e., as existing by being, prior to any reflection, present to itself. But we still must establish a characteristic of the other structural elements of consciousness, which are as important as the first.
Fuck, man. That's a strong finish there. Like that's a fuck. Yeah, consciousness for Husserl and consciousness for British empiricism have nothing in common but the name.
Yeah, dude.
Like that's basically like, yeah, we're talking about different things now. And there's a reason for thinking that there's a different way of, like, everyone has an idea of consciousness. The point is, it's like, this is an idea of consciousness people need to be able to step into and think through, right? To be able to bracket into this way of thinking. It's like, it's actually important for separating us from like a sort of invisible instantaneity of mediation, layers of mediation that we are then skipping past, you know? Yo, got 18 people here right now. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Fucking, y'all came in here at the end. How many of you caught up? Were any of you like speeding your way through to catch up?
Yo. Talking about motherfucking Falco, Holmes.
Yo, I can do this now. Watch. 1, 2, 3.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. As soon as I figured out this, these lights and the soundboard, I'm going to be able to make it so that the lights do something for different sound effects.
With the sounds, hell yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know, the clapping one could, you know, flash, or there's all kinds of stupid shit we could do with it. But you can have it like go with the music even.
Ooh, yeah. Mood.
And that's one of the
mood lighting.
Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of shit. Who knows? I'm just experimenting with what, like the idea that I have a button on my computer that turns on or off lights in the room is not something I think I was imagining in 2010, like that I would have right now. I don't know. I guess
Dude.
That's not true. I imagined we'd be way further in a sort of sense, right? But I'm just saying, like, it is different. It's just interesting. Like, it feels.
Yeah, like real imagining versus fantasy
it's
imagining.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, they had the clapper where you clap on, clap off. And I thought that was the coolest fucking thing in the world, dude. Like it was just like a button that you plug into your lamp and you clap and it turns on and off. And like, I remember being a kid and thinking like, that's the coolest fucking thing in the world. And now we live in the future and everything is hyper connected and everything fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, no fucking dude, seriously. Like the two of us keep talking about just like, we just want to quit all of this technology, just get away from it. Like, it's such a pain in the ass. You know, it's like, I just want to read books, take notes, write letters, write essays, write chapters, do lectures, hang out, read people's work, have conversations with those people, and just keep doing it. That's all I want, you know?
I just want to wake up in bed next to Mark Zuckerberg and have him whisper sweet nothings at my robot body.
He's like, your body was dissolved in acid, so you won't have that. I think that's what he said in that skit.
Yeah.
I sent you that on WhatsApp, right? Would it be easy to pull?
Yeah.
Would it be easy to pull
because I don't have
on screen?
Other ones. Let me see.
It's comic relief here at the end of the night for everybody. Oh, what do you have open in your tabs there? Anna Greenspan. Sweet. We're going to be talking to Anna Greenspan soon, actually. On February 22nd. Mark your calendars. It's going to be the next epic marathon stream. And Anna Greenspan is going to be the headliner. So if you don't know about her or her work, look it up. It's fucking awesome. Get excited for that.
When did you send that
conversation?
I don't see it in WhatsApp.
It was a link to
it must have been a
Instagram
link.
Reel.
That's why.
It's a link to an Instagram reel. Yeah. So I've got 2 minutes to finish out this Duolingo lesson. And if I don't get it finished,
oh, shit.
use up a streak here. And I'm like, can I even in 2 minutes? That's a lot.
You can, dude. You can just do one real quick.
I'm
just to
okay.
keep the
I'm
streak
already
alive.
part of the. Ella quiere leer el periódico en la playa. What is that? Is
He
that
reads the
beach?
newspaper
Is
at
that
the beach?
Yeah. He reads his newspaper. Yeah. Or no. She wants to read the newspaper at the beach. Yeah. Yeah, man. This is a big lesson though. Chat, do you think I should do it? Like, I guess there's only one more minute. There's no way, dude. It's actually like, sometimes when you get it done, it advances pretty significantly. Other times it's like it's not even making a difference to the progress bar. And
yeah, dude.
That's one of these times.
Fuck.
It's okay. It'll be all right. Yo, I want to shout out Zoxandra one more time. Thank you for the new patron pledge. Thank you all of my patrons for jumping in the last like week and a half to 2 weeks. Like a lot of you, as well as in the last couple of days. So thank you, all of you. It's awesome. Appreciate it. Fucking cool, dude. I don't know. We might not be able to play the clip. 'Cause I don't know where it is.
I'm not.
I don't care.
I don't even see it. When did you send it?
Doesn't it show someone who's like, what did he do to look so weird? But he was trying to look like Mark Zuckerberg. And he was like,
He did the face swap thing.
he did the face swap thing. Yeah. Yeah. And he's like, good morning. And then he tells you that your body's been dissolved in acid and that you're going to live forever with him in the metaverse and that you guys are going to play and be friends. It's really creepy.
Let me see. Okay. Here, let me stop sharing and then start sharing a different window again.
Oh shit. You have to. Oh, it's not screen, it's window specific.
Yeah, it opened in Chrome instead of Edge. I really like Edge for reading PDFs.
That's all I use it for.
Yeah.
It's nice to have them all open up. Like I open up my Edge and it's got like 50
and they just all
PDF
yep.
tabs. Yeah.
Sometimes I get surprised. Like I'll go open a new PDF and then like 10 old ones pop up. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot. I stopped reading that halfway through.
Dude, I always like that's the thing is like you see it, you read about it, you get it, repeat, rinse, repeat. And then eventually like you've cycled through all of these for the first time and maybe you even like only read the cover or something, but maybe you've read like the introduction, maybe you've read some of it, but you haven't read all of it. And then you forget about its existence entirely. And then you literally rediscover it. And then you're like, oh shit, this is actually way fucking cooler than I thought it was.
Yeah, dude.
And then it clicks and then you remember it. Yeah. So this is it. You found it. For people with no eyes on screen. Nance has Instagram open, and Nance doesn't have an Instagram. But he's not logged in. So I do have an Instagram. It's Theory Underground. You can follow it. I make memes and shit. I got feedback recently. Someone was saying that memes are not my strong suit, but those memes got like 60 likes though. So like, okay, I'd like to see you do a meme stash that has more, like dump in this community, dump an equal amount. We'll see. We'll open up a Discord maybe, or like a forum or something where you can share them and then we'll compare. But for now, it doesn't matter. I'm having fun, and they're mainly like educational devices. Like I'm not really memeing all the time. But
yeah, dude. Like a lot of them are actually dope. Like a lot of them are actually super dense.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. And this is the future. This is the
This is what-
future.
Good morning, sleepyhead. My metaverse queen. No, don't cry. Don't cry. No, when you cry, it hurts me. Your body has already been dissolved in acid, so you don't have that. However, I uploaded your consciousness into the metaverse, so here we can play forever. Don't try running. You don't have legs here. Nobody does. I'll make us breakfast. Yay. How about I lay us an egg, and then we can boil it together. Yum.
And that is the future. Who is this guy?
I've never seen anything by this person actually. Well, besides that, that's the only thing I've seen by this person. Pull up the other one I think I sent you here, folks. I'm gonna share another one here if I can find the share link.
Was it the Biden?
Okay, yes, we have to share that one. But no, it was the other one. The choose 5, or you can only choose 5.
Oh yeah. Here.
Boom! I just sent it to you. Okay, folks, check this out. It's good shit here.
God damn it.
Well, but we got to show the Biden one though, because this is the one that haunts my soul and is changing my perspective on the world. Like, fucking the Biden one. That's just crazy. Dude, I'm just looking at this guy's face though.
That one opened an edge. What the fuck?
You just need to do a display share. So you can just drop whatever you want on it.
Yeah. I was doing that.
Just don't do things on that computer that you're gonna like regret if it gets out, and then you're good.
No horse porn.
Yeah, don't
No fucking horse porn.
don't, people might react, Okay, so here we go. You can only choose 5. And then Nance, you want to kind of like describe it for people who don't have eyes on screen, like
You can only choose 5, and it's a pictogram, and it has milk crates as home decor, being allowed to make fun of Italians, nicotine, a meme photo of dick riding Marx with the dick riding crossed out, standing around in warehouses, gooning, talking over a rent with a photo of Hannah Arendt, saying shit like, I love Theory Underground, ghosting, podcasts consisting of 2 to 3 dudes, having opinions about A24 films, calling things goated, brand collabs written in a meme font, parents that pay your rent, cracking open a cold one with the boys, simping, insisting you know where the better food trucks are. America is Disneyland with a photo of Baudrillard. Being is greater than beings next to a photo of Heidegger. Actually, the Theory Underground Heidegger lectures are based as fuck. And all these things are in one large image, and it says, the hardest decision for anyone who is too online and into theory. The Dangerous Maybe, shout out Dangerous Maybe blog, follow him on Medium, and subscribe to him on Patreon.
Yeah, do
The
it.
Dangerous Maybe and I are forced to stand around in warehouses, so we only get to choose 4 of these.
Yeah. Which ones do you pick? Did you know what gooning is?
Yeah, I just learned about it the other day. Like, I've been aware of it and knew that it had something to do with like jerking it.
Yeah.
But I didn't actually know what it
hate
actually is until the Vosh drama. And then I actually learned about it because people were saying like, no, gooning is when you just constantly do it. Like, you never stop.
That's not what it is.
Oh, then I don't know what it is.
Well, because you don't complete, you like edge for a long time until you get in some like other
like you
kind of
just edge
headspace.
forever.
I hate that, dude. I hate that so much. Don't go around being a horny fuck. Please, god damn, put it away.
Oh no, my camera died, dude.
It's because I said that.
I know. What the fuck happened?
there's a QR code? A road QR code?
Don't scan that, dude.
Really? Should I not? I was about to.
Am I back? What the fuck?
Hey, nobody clicked that. We might have just got hacked by some bot.
I got hacked by the Armenian hackers. Oh, I think my camera fucking overheated.
Dude, for real.
That's all right.
That never happens.
I know.
Okay, which of the two Biden ones should we show? Here. Which of the two Biden ones should we show first?
The
Heidegger or Nietzsche?
Nietzsche.
Okay. That was the most successful.
I gotta choose my 5 first.
Okay.
I'm gonna choose being allowed to make fun of Italians for sure. Nicotine.
That's
Dick reading Marx.
Dick writing.
Dick writing Marx. Baudrillard.
Oh shit.
And podcasts consisting of 2 to 3 dudes.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, well, let's see. What would I pick? I'm gonna go with I like the talking over a rent one, but not because I want to do it. There you're back.
Because it's funny.
Okay. First is saying shit like I love Theory Underground.
Oh shit, I forgot that was on there.
Yeah. Second would be
okay, I choose that over podcasts.
Actually, hold on. No, I'm gonna do this very carefully. Podcast consisting of 2 to 3 dudes. That's first. Second is saying shit like I love Theory Underground. Third is milk crates as home decor. Standing around in warehouses was forced. That is the situation. I'm trying to, through the Patreon and subscriptions, get out of that situation into a different kind of situation. Okay, that's 4 things so far. Now I like simping. I like cracking a cold one with the boys. I like having opinions about A24 films. I like Marx and nicotine and being allowed to make fun of Italians, and I don't like gooning at all. But I don't know. Like even being able to say things like goated, whether it's ironic or not, like that too. Not that I say that one in particular. I don't really, but I'm gonna start to probably because of this. But let's see. Parents that pay rent, dude. Fucking no, please. Why would I pick that one? Why would anyone pick that one? If you pick too many of these, that one is the result, or like maybe it's the cause.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not sure. It's like this vicious circle, you know.
Yeah.
My 5th one is gonna have to be talking over a rent, but not because I want to, but because first of all I do, but second of all, like, and most like I love her, but it used to say talking over women, and I put a rent there because I thought, I'm sorry about the abstraction. I'm not going to go with this universal abstraction. I'm going to go with a particular, and that is you don't talk over a rent. A rent's base as fuck. So like,
yeah.
So it's kind of like the meaning of like. So that's why I'm picking that one. It's number 5. There we go. Let us know in the chat or in the comments in the future which of these 5 you pick, or which of the 5 you kind of would be deal breakers for friends or people, or at least people you're associating with. You can kind of choose the level that we're talking about, like the criteria for being, so to speak. But yeah, that's a whole other conversation. I don't know how I would, like, ghosting is a deal breaker, dude. That's on there. None of us read it before, but it's like, it's there. That's a deal breaker. people who like to ghost. It's like, or just do people who just do ghost. Even people who like, if you don't respond to their text that day, then they assume the plan's off because you didn't confirm it when they already agreed to the agreement, which has happened to me twice and Philip once in this year. In the last
2 months. Yeah. No, that's,
2 months.
I think that's a consequence of the mode of like always online, and the miscommunication that happens when all we're doing is texting. Going back to Lucas's presentation that he gave in the critical media theory cohort this past weekend, where he was talking about texting and the anxiety that arises out of these kind of always on call, always on right now, immediate, instantaneous communications and stuff. I do think a lot more people are ghosting now because that anxiety, and because it's like this like anhedonia that comes out of like all the failed attempts at communication. Like the fact that we are so connected and everything is instantaneous means we can't actually communicate effectively with one another at all, because we're also caught up in our circumspective bullshit that like there's no room for genuine gives and takes and backs and forths with people. So I long way to say, like, I feel bad for people that have that anxiety. I feel bad for people that feel the need to ghost rather than just be like, hey, I got something going on, or hey, you're a dickhead, I'm not going to kick it with you anymore, whatever. Like, I feel bad for them. I feel like a lot of younger people are like in that space. And they're like, Dave, what good is this class doing for my future career?
Oh my God, dude. You know,
I feel bad for them.
No, but it's also a good question because they've been sold on a lie.
Yeah.
Which is like,
all right,
devastating.
We're doing the Nietzsche one?
Yeah. Let's do it. Did I already send it to you? Dude, play it again. Look at it, people. Hold on. People, if you're like at work and you have earbuds in, this is the bathroom break. The only one I'm calling the whole stream. Everything else was eyes off screen. This is the one moment I want you to fucking witness. I don't want to have, this is another deal breaker. If you won't look into this, I cannot relate to you. You cannot understand the actual spirit of the times unless you see this fucking clip. This is literally, this is where we're at. When we think of like Bernie with the mask on in 2020, just looking defeated and how symbolic that was. This is where we're at. So let's go.
Dude. Like,
Phobe said the Biden clip is actually scary.
Dude,
his
his face is melting, dude. His fucking face is melting. His fucking face is melting, dude. And the caption, this is what Nietzsche was warning against when he said, and if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. And there it is, Biden having a malfunction.
Song is actually so good.
Set
this song is
the beautiful sounds of Infant Annihilator.
Yeah. I love that I'm able to use that when I upload that to either Instagram or Facebook, they just add it to the stream of like content that is associated with that song. And so it's like, that's cool. Like you just,
they tag it on.
Yeah, so people who are just
dude,
like,
that's sick. So people searching that song will come across that meme.
They will. No, I've done this with a lot of memes. And I use the hashtags of these popular things because it's like I have guaranteed gotten the attention of a bunch of people who've never thought about anything like this before, you know? It's like they don't know who Nietzsche is, but they see the meme and then they laugh, you know? Or they don't know who this band is. And that's the thing, is like I get people who are like with the music, they're like, is that real? Like, is that an actual, you know, is that a real? Here, go back to the last one and play the song. Can you play the song off of the browser version? Yeah, it's the left.
No.
Are you able to play? Oh, you're not. That's too bad. I think if you opened up the, there's actually a way to make it so that it appears like it does on the mobile just by getting in and changing some of the.
Oh yeah, I used to know how to do that.
Yeah, I
in
used
Chrome
to.
anyway.
The inspect element, and then you just like click some boxes basically, but it doesn't matter. Whatever, it's a song by Attila, and I think it's like he's yelling and he says, what, like, no matter what you do, act like or live like you don't give a fuck. Or is that what? No, it's something like that. Anyway, and then it starts off like the breakdown, and it's just cool that you could take like these, if not iconic, at least memeable moments from music, and then just overlay memes with it. And it's like I don't always click on the song that someone couples with a meme, but it's cool that you can add that extra dimension. It's like that's legal for now. Like, who knows what will happen? That could become illegal. I hate how things like that become illegal. All right, here, what do you got here?
This is another Biden face melting with Infinite Annihilator.
Can you zoom in?
Due to the unfortunate translation of Vorlaffen as anticipation in Macquarie and Robinson's translation of Heidegger's Being and Time, this is how people imagine Dasein must look in its resolute anticipation of death. And it's Biden's face melting, because instead of being running forth into, they say anticipation, which has the connotation of sitting back and waiting, and even horror or terror. Whereas in reality, Heidegger's like, no, bitch, run into that motherfucker. So we should have Goggins up here running.
Yeah. Yes.
But instead, we have Biden melting and malfunctioning.
Yeah, and I just feel like if anybody gets what you just said, they now know something. They might now know more about Being in Time than like a lot of people who've read it. Because a lot of people who read it, like they never really commit to making sense of it, you know?
Right.
And this
is
they
read it.
This is a clarifying distinction, you know? But it's like, yeah, anticipation being, Verlaffen being translated as anticipation really does make it into like this, it's a reflective sort of stealing of your psyche. You're stealing yourself. You're mentally preparing yourself. You're armoring yourself. You're getting ready to run out of the building into the gunfire. And it's like, no, it's supposed to be like the word Verlaffen is running out into it, getting out ahead of it, just like committing. And so, committing is more the resolute part of anticipatory resoluteness.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool to be able to do something like this. But that fucking face, can you zoom in on it? Is there a way to like get this as big as your screen? Or is that going to be impossible? Meat Panther, what? I didn't see you here. Whoa. He's been here for a little bit. What's up, Meat Panther? Yeah, Theo said the choice of music is perfect. Got to get to work later. What's with all these people who don't listen to me while at work? I thought everybody listens to me from work, but it turns out that's not true.
Joe Biden. Dude, look at that, though. Looks like a scared baby.
Dude, no, man. I think he knows something we don't know. No, he's just like... Come on, try to do the face.
I can't, dude. I was trying all morning, dude.
His face is like drooping off. Like he's like,
It's melting. It's actually melting.
how does he make his
That
lips
happened
do
to my
that?
face. I took acid and stared in the mirror, and that happened to my face. Like that's the face that's what happens when you're tripping and you stare in the mirror. His mouth is like open, his eyes are melting, his eyebrows are melting. Like I want to see the like it there. Yeah, I'm excited for the meme where it's Joe Vibin and Noam Chomsky as just old melting wizards who ran out of baby blood juice, and they're both just melting.
Dude, that's exactly what it is. I'm see, okay. I did not choose this belief. This belief chose me. It's the only thing that makes sense in this situation. Vampires are real. That's the first thing. Joe Biden is one of them. For the first couple thousand years, any human blood is just excellent. But there's, you can do animals for a while, but there's some point where you need the human. And then there's some point when the human starts running out. So then you got to go for like extreme experiences that supercharge that blood, and so then you get into torture and all this other stuff. Vampires then eventually gravitate to the young. And so I'm just saying, I think this guy's been around since at least ancient Rome, probably like Babylon. I don't know. Like this guy's been around for a while.
Joe Vibin is canonically Pontius Pilate. They're the same person.
Yeah.
He's been here all along. He was at the walls of Jericho. And not the fucking badass metalcore band. The actual fucking
it was his walls that got knocked over in that case.
Yeah, dude.
We don't really hear too much about him. His story kind of ends at that point. But he's had some successes. He's had some failures. He was definitely not Napoleon. He was definitely not a Caesar.
Yeah.
He definitely wasn't a Nero either. Nero might be more like a Trump figure. But no, this guy is just like, here's the thing. The lemurs sent nanotechnology to possess his body at least 4,000 years ago. So whereas he was a vampire, he did not have the privileges of the consciousness that your average vampire has because he was a Manchurian candidate. So he's been on fucking autopilot when it comes to all of the major decisions in his life for not just the life of a human as we think of it, but like for thousands of years. And so, I really can't vibe with most QAnon people. I mean, I can have a conversation, but it's like I just think that they are more into big ideas and drawing associations than they are in thinking seriously and having like some epistemic, humility. But with that said, I think that the one thing they're absolutely correct on is that we know that the child's blood is not working for Joe Biden anymore. It's like running out.
Yeah, man.
It's running out. And he feels it, man. Not only does he feel it, but I think he's thinking, what if when I die, I assume the consciousness of all of my victims and then I experience that for eternity. That's what he's thinking about. And he's just like, fuck, dude, I'm
like
fucked. He's
the
like, that's
reverse
worse than hell.
eternal return.
Yeah, dude. He's like, that's worse than hell. No, I believe in this. That's my metaphysics. It's a sort of pragmatic one, but I also believe. No, I believe that. I literally believe in that. I know I've never talked about it on stream, but I've talked about it with people for at least 10 years. I do believe it. Like, so it's just like so, I mean, I don't know why I believe it, but maybe it's just because I think it's a good thing to think, but it's like, yeah, no, if your life created a lot of bad things, like you're actually going to be stuck in those experiences for eternity from the positions outside of time, but living through time, but you're going to be in all of these different positions and you're just be feeling and you're just there for the ride. And he knows this now and he sees it. Oh, Biden.
Poor
I used to have
Bo Biden.
I used to have some really good sound clips for Joe Biden that were on my stream deck. Okay, let's see. Well, everybody, as you can see, the stream is basically come to a close. Now we're just hanging out, having fun, looking at memes. I have checked in on the chat a few times, and we've got all kinds of cool people here. Great to have you all. And, spontaneous stream was what I was in the mood for. I'm glad it worked out for a handful of other people. Glad you all are here for this dance. Thank you for being here for this. This has been fucking fun. It's getting me excited for getting into this more.
Yeah, I'm stoked to go through Totality and Infinity. I'm excited to finish Being in Time for now, or at least to put Being in Time on the back burner. I do feel like today, reading through kind of the introduction and going over stuff, it felt like I don't know, there was a little bit of closure with like there was a little click. Reading Being in Time is a challenge. And getting past it felt good, but getting past it knowing, oh, I'm going to come back to this feels good. And now doing this, seeing more connective tissue between like Husserl, Levinas, Heidegger, like actually seeing these things fleshed out, as opposed to a year ago, like these things were just ideas to me, and now they're more than that. They're more than just like abstract, strange ideas. I have a little bit of familiarity with them, so that's exciting. Like I'm super excited to go through Levinas. It's gonna be the shit.
Yeah, man. And I hope that I can do a few more of these before the actual course begins or through the course, that I'll keep doing some of these public side things, because like the course is a valuable thing in that it's small and or bingeable after the fact. But it kind of assumes a small, more private audience of people who are just like there for it. But something that's more public facing, that engages with the chat, is a different vibe altogether. And we've not even been doing this with our exegeticals. This was more of a stream than anything I've done. The only reason I didn't have chat up on screen at various points was because I just haven't set it up yet. But I'll be able to, from the lecture, and hit a button and the chat will appear on screen from any of the scenes that I might be showing. And I'm stoked for all the possibilities that come with that stream deck, which patrons bought me that shit like 2020. So thank you, everybody, for the stream deck you make doing this possible. You all pitched in for a fundraiser. That was awesome. But really quick, before we close out, I wanted to touch on the different sections of this book. There are, I believe, 1, 2, 3. Well, arguably 2 sections, but with subsections. And so it's section 1, from existence to ethics. And section 2, reading, writing, revolution, or aesthetics, religion, politics. Well, I like that way of categorizing that. That's good. And under from existence to ethics, the one we just read here, which took us like, I don't know how long, it doesn't matter, 4 hours and 22 minutes. That's just the first one, the Phenomenological Theory of Being. That's what you've all heard us reading. For those of you who came in during the stream, the Phenomenological Theory of Being is what you came into. You might have seen that in the description or in the title of the video, but that's what it is. That's what we're doing. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other sections in this part of this collection of essential essays, including, for those who might be familiar with Martin Buber, author of I and Thou, a piece where, oh, you got it up on the screen there, tight. That's awesome. Tight, yeah! Martin Buber and the Theory of Knowledge. So, do you know Martin Buber? Do you know of Martin Buber?
Yeah, man. I and Thou, dude. And like, I'm with it. I'm fully with it.
So that's the, people are who's, not what's. And, there is an I and a thou versus an I and a it. And we will often talk about thous, humans, as though they are its. This goes really well with Heidegger, obviously. This goes really well with Levinas as well. This goes, I would say, well with Husserl too. But Levinas can be thought of as almost like a synthesis between Martin Buber and Heidegger, and in dialogue with Merleau-Ponty and Jean-Paul Sartre, and but Buber is like as important to Levinas as Marcel Mauss is for Baudrillard. It's like this is an essential like contemporary, actually. So reading his Martin Buber and the Theory of Knowledge would probably be amazing, because in the same way that this one is like Husserl through Levinas, we could also do Martin Buber through Levinas. I don't know. Where did you first hear about Martin Buber? Where did you see Martin Buber? Did you ever read Martin Buber? Like, how does he come into your?
I think when I was
radar?
More new agey and more like wishy-washy, really into Bergson, really into and I don't think I've cast that away. Like I do think that there is a way to fold that into like a a more rigorous position. Yeah, I don't. It's easy to do the wishy-washy, hippy-dippy postmodern thing. And then it's also easy to say, no, we don't do that. We're hard, strict scientific people. And I think both positions are wrong. Like, I think there's a way to be rigorous about the fact that there are infinities out there, and everything is inexhaustible. Like, yeah, I think that's the proper way to go about it.
Yeah, I think the job of, or the function and sort of role that Levinas plays for most people is that he is sort of like, he is the practical, what's the name of that stick that a Zen master will hit the person who's like, what Kasaki stick? Is that what it is? I don't know, something like that.
I can never remember, dude.
Yeah, it's in Waypoint, actually. Let's see. Chapter 1. Am I really going to do this? Well, it's better than asking Bard, I imagine.
You mean you can't control F this book? What is this shit?
Actually, though, for real.
I've actually caught myself doing that. Like actually trying to touch the page and like scroll or highlight or whatever.
It is on page 34 in the footnote 36. Keisaku is the stick used by Zen masters to swat their distracted or tired students back to awareness. Levinas is that for breaking us out of this instrumentalized, totalizing sort of just like sleeping sort of mode that we get into, right? And so it's I don't know. This was one of those first texts. Like this was this. Okay, so I had read Being in Time, but I didn't take serious notes with Being in Time the first time I read it. Then I read Totality Infinity. That was the next serious challenge I took on, and it was the first time I successfully did something outside of the classroom on my own that was that intense. Because I did Being in Time in a class, and I didn't take serious notes, though I did take notes. This was one where I sat every day for a certain amount of hours and like did real notes. And I also read a companion piece alongside it. I don't have those notes anymore. Like my shit got lost. Sucks, but I do prefer hand notes. And so it's like, I just need a camera that can take I have the camera that can take the picture, but I need the software that is able to take my handwriting and my shorthand and just flawlessly turn that into prose. And I want AI to help me with that. That would be fucking very nice. So Gemini, if you want to, upgrade, that'd be sick. Gemini is sadly not into the how do you say it? Assistant mode. It doesn't have assistants, right? So for folks who don't know, Gemini is the new name for Google's Bard. And as of recently, it's available for free on an app. This is not just an AI. This is like one of the better AIs. And it's fucking cool. It is actually really cool. ChatGPT just came out with an app as well that you can engage with by voice. So we've got 2 AIs that are now engageable by voice, but neither one of them has the ability. Copilot. And Microsoft Copilot, but none of these have the ability to open maps and take you to your destination or show you your route, is a better way of saying that. They're not able to place calls for you, write emails for you. They don't have like the action element. They can just speak. They're just language models. And so, I mean, how long until those things bridge over? Because right now I say, okay, Google, what's responding right now is Gemini. So, here, hold on. Let's do this. Hello, Gemini. I am introducing you to my YouTube audience. What do you want to say about yourself as introduction to a lot of people who've never heard about you or seen you thinking or speaking before? It's gonna load. Just tell me if you can hear this all right.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gemini, a large language model from Google AI. I can understand and respond to information across different formats, like text, code, images, and even video. I'm still under development, but I'm learning new things all the time. I'm excited to meet you all and help you explore the possibilities of language and AI.
Tell me 5 ways of making conversation in Spanish with examples for each of those ways. Okay, here we go. It's loading. Boom, ready to go.
1. Start with greetings and introductions. Use basic greetings like hola, hi, or ¿qué tal? How are you? Introduce yourself with me llamo, your name. My name is your name. Ask the other person's name with ¿Cómo te llamas? What is your name?
Llamas.
2. Comment on the present situation. Talk about the weather with ¿Qué tiempo es hoy?
By the way, Terrence Blake, shout out to Terrence Blake. He's been playing with the ChatGPT version, and he said it can correct pronunciation. So that's cool. This one obviously can't if it's going to say
llamas and hase.
Como te llamas?
Como
So
te
funny.
llamas?
Yeah, that's funny shit.
What's a
What's the weather
llama?
like today? If you're at an event, say, ¿Te gusta este evento? Do you like this event? Make observations about your surroundings with has visto, something you see. Have you seen something you see? 3.
Okay, and then 3 is ask questions, and it has 3 examples. Then there's 4 is share your own experiences with 3 examples, and then use basic polite expressions with 3 examples. It's like, I love this. I love this, and I've never actually done this before. So I'm going to go ahead. I've got a special document open just for all of the answers that I get, because with Bard or Gemini, they go away. So folks, be warned. You want to keep your own record of these things.
Yeah,
because they're fun.
I know in Bard, you used to be able to save your history. I haven't played with Gemini yet, but I know Bard, there used to be a setting hidden in the UI where, or not hidden, but like in the UI somewhere that you could save the history, which makes it more useful because you can, like I would have different scenarios where it would basically tell Bard like, hey, pretend this. Now, assuming this, what is XYZ? And you set up different scenarios to engineer what it puts back out at you. If you can save your history, you could just jump right back to these different scenarios. We're at a point right now where I guarantee there are people out there doing the things that we want to do with them, because they're chopping shit up, they're hacking shit together, they're intentionally misusing the tools as they've been offered to us. These things will become massively available within the near future. But like, we will always have to put pressure on the tools themselves. We're always going to have to intentionally misuse them because they're not designed to do the type of work we want to do. They are designed to keep you in this passive state of reacting to the algorithm, just like Amazon, just like your recommended, just like your YouTube feed, just like it's all a feed, and it's designed to keep you on your back foot, to keep you responding. That doesn't mean the tools aren't powerful. These tools are like stupidly powerful. It is the fucking science fiction future that I grew up with, like listfully longing to live in this fucking future with this like magical access to everything. It is that. You just have to fight through the layer of marketing
and being turned into a robot, as opposed to like cyborg who takes over its like takes up a critical relationship to its extensions, its affordances, right? And is able to then in some sense take over how it projects onto the horizon of possibilities. Right.
It's like wearing it like a suit of armor, as opposed to allowing it to become the Black Iron Prison. Like, that is the distinction. Yeah. Yeah. It is this mechanical.
User be used, choose or lose.
Yeah. And we are there. We are there. This is coming. So to be able to take up this position of like, no, we're going to force the issue. This is what we want to do. We're going to fucking do it.
Yeah.
Like,
and here's the thing,
it's like, dope. It's exciting.
Just like weeks ago, I was talking about AI, like, oh, I bet there's some students in my class, or I'll have students that are going to be using AI. But then, like, when I realized that the teacher of the class, like who I work for as an adjunct, like, but the main professor over everything, I guess I could talk about this online. I don't think I can talk about this. I don't think this is a secret, but she uses Chat GPT to write responses for the feedback that she's giving her class, but she's doing ungrading. And the whole point of ungrading is that you're giving like genuine feedback. And so I am going to have to use Chat GPT to do what my higher up is doing and actually grade my students with it. Now I'll still look at their assignments somewhat and I'll modify it to some degree, depending on whether I feel like it deserves it or not. But like, if it doesn't deserve it, then it's just like, I'll just like beep, 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 and paste and go, because I'm experiencing it. I want to experience this. I want to think this way. And the thing is look, ungrading, when people can do real feedback because they have the time, energy, because they have small classrooms, they're not overworked. Cool. But like, when you are overworked, like, I'm sorry, like Anne is doing it for real. She's doing the real deal. And it takes her so much. Like, she's been doing it all week. Every chance she can. She's grading. I got it over with in one sitting. And it's just like, dude. So I talked to my students. I didn't tell them that they're being graded by or getting their feedback from ChatGPT. Like, but I mean, I might tell them, like, I don't know if I'll announce it to the class or if I'd mention it interpersonally or whatever. But like, at this point, they don't necessarily know. Like, some people could have read the response and just been like, that's great. Other people are like, that's ChatGPT. We know that the fuck it is. But here's the thing. I'm reading some stuff and going, is that ChatGPT? I don't know. And so it's like, I'm sorry, but like, grades and feedback that you get in a class that size don't mean that much. Like that much. It does mean something. Now, I've gotten really thoughtful feedback, entire pages of thoughtful feedback that I took very seriously from professors. And that's amazing. But it's like a subject matter where it's like, there's a real text. Like, we really get down in the weeds. This is like an intro to college class that's like very like it's about as basic as it could be, you know? And so they don't want to be there. Like the overwhelming majority of them don't want to be there. And they're openly, you know, like they'll talk about it. I encourage them to talk about it because like it's part of the subject matter of the actual course itself. All of that aside, robots are already running the show. And
Yeah, man.
I am not the one who started doing it like it was my own idea because I'm the fucking Zoomer over here. No, it's somebody who's like 45 or to upwards. I'm not sure where exactly. That person has a PhD. That person is the chair of her department and she's doing it. And so if she's doing it, I just have to assume it's pretty common. And I want to know what that does. And so what I told my students ultimately, though, is that you're either going to be a robot or a cyborg. You're either going to just be like on a preset path here and you're going to, I said, here's the thing. Are you going to just skip out of everything and never really take anything on? Or are you going to say, you know what? This thing matters so much that I'm just going to go ahead and use ChatGPT on these other things so that I can focus. And this is taking on the active learner role and learning how to prioritize as opposed to just being the docile student. And so it's like, I encourage that. And so I showed them all how to use, and this is all going to a point from earlier. I showed them all how to use Chat PDF, which is like, I was hoping we'd get to this point with AI soon, and it came along pretty fast. You put the PDF in there and you can actually ask it questions about the PDF and it will be able to generate you answers, summaries. Like you said, it's dog shit still, but there is something useful in it because I think you should always do it for, I mean, no, not always, but like we didn't do it today, but you should, you know, like do it ahead of certain readings and then argue against it and try to prove it wrong. Like, you know, say you've categorized it this way, but you're missing this. Or I forget what it was that I had it do a summary of, but I was like, you left out this, which is like the most important concept here. And it was like, my apologies, you're correct. And then it went into a bunch of detail about that thing that I was telling it was missing. So that's cool. And then I was just like, well, but what if I could just feed it all my PDFs? And of course, like for a certain amount of money subscription, you're able to upload up to 50 PDFs on Chat PDF. Okay. And then it'll read whole books. But otherwise, there's like a word count on the free side. Well, I was ready to pay for it actually this week because I was showing it to my students. And then I was just like, you know what? I need to experiment with this a bit more because this is like, this gives us folks, if you don't know about this, like this gives us like an expanded Control F function. Like 1/3 of my students don't know what the Control F function is. What that does is it opens up a little, do it right now for everybody here. Demonstrate, please. Yeah. Control F on your keyboard. Oh, it opens up a search box. Now type in existence with a Z, no CE. Existence. Okay. And then space and then enter. If we don't want to include anything else. Oh, are you going to add to it? A plus sign or no? Is there nothing
No.
as existence? Is this OCR'd? Oh, it is. It is OCR.
It is. Fuck it.
I know that
Just
existence
as a little
is-
demo here. Here we searched existence spelled as the English do,
the
and
norm- the
it
norm.
brought up 324 instances of the word. Control F, it's to search a term or a phrase, or you can even come up with complex searches if you want to search for words in relation to other words. But it's just a quick search. Control F on basically any document that's on your computer.
including web pages, right? So
Yep, on the internet, in YouTube transcripts. On
like if you know what you're looking for, it's really fast. It's nice. And so I love it. I will use it just to, like, it's amazing. And so, like, you know, of course you should get like do the old fashioned thing and actually look at the index, or, you know, at the end, where it has like search terms basically indexed by in alphabetical order. So it's like, oh, Kant. Here are 1, 2, 3, 4 significant mentions of Kant in this text, right? And so it's like, oh, I can use that. Anyway, some people don't know what indexes are, but that's what it is. But you can use the index to search terms in Control F and just go beep, 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 beep. And it's nice. But of course, I also like to have the actual physical copy if it's one of these things that bears repeating handy. And then I flip open and mark it up. And so there's a sort of, it's not an either or. I think that where people become robots is when they forget that it's a both and they forget to put into practice different ways of using these media. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Anyway,
People, they get positivistic. They get binary.
They do. Consciousness gets reified. Yeah. Now I'm stuck. Hold on. Is this gonna work?
What the fuck is this world? What have they done to us?
No, that's not the one.
This world's fucking so fucked up.
So fucked up.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. All right. Chat, if you want to say anything and have it read before we close out, get in here, but I'm still wrapping up my story. Okay. So chat PDF is awesome, but guess what? I was ready to pay for it. There's actually something free for now. So don't, you're going to become dependent and they'll start charging you and you'll probably end up paying for it. But for now, Google's Bard, now named Gemini, who we were just speaking to, who introduced itself, can be connected to your Google Drive and your Google Documents. I just found this out like yesterday. I said, search my Google Documents for every note that has anything to do with time energy. And then tell me about the notes that come up, the documents or the topics or the themes or the examples that come up that did not come up in the actual book. And because the actual book is also in my Google Documents and on the drive, it literally just cross-examined and then gave me all these notes.
That's fucking gnarly, dude.
Fucking what, dude? That's amazing. Are you kidding me?
That's gnarly.
Yeah, that's insane. Which, I mean, this means that intelligence agencies are just able to say, tell me everything you know about this person. Because there are
well,
fetters.
they've been able to do that for a while, dude.
There are fetters on like for us when we use this, but they are unfettered. They are unfettered. Like when you say that they're able to do that for a while, then you just like you go back some time and think. So they had this ahead of everyone else. People didn't even know this was possible. They thought this was sci-fi. They had this ability. Do we live in Men in Black world? That's what you instantly come to. Like, do we live in the Men in Black like movie?
Well, and it's
world,
like
universe. Like we could.
Like we tend to when we talk about capital, at least I and Mikey sometimes tend to anthropomorphize it, or not even anthropomorphize it, but like deify it and say like, yeah, capital is this kind of all-powerful algorithmic functional thing. But also it's this all-knowing. Like not only is it like in control of everything, but capital, if you're willing to abstract, is this all-knowing amorphous thing that people talk about, like public implies private, and privacy's been dead, and like right along with like the death of like the commons, right? Like there is no more public, everything is fake, it's a simulation, blah 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 blah. Privacy is also dead. Like everything you do generates data that they can interrogate and they know, and whatever, it's a system that we're all trapped in, we can't escape it, and it's not the biggest concern. However, that power or something similar to it is going to be available to those of us who want to learn, who want to research, who want to be able to take these abstract ideas and kind of flesh them out and connect the dots. That's super fucking powerful. Like I think I'm probably more of a doomer than most people, but I'm not a doomer about these tools. Like these tools are one of the few things that are actually exciting. Like we actually will have, with some elbow grease, with a little bit of, um creative uses. Like some people are like, oh, I could connect Gemini to all my shit so it can, I don't know, it can help me cheat at class or whatever. Like, no, coming up with the idea of like I can connect Gemini to my shit so I can actually see the holes in my own logic, or I can see the my own failings in this and that. That's a creative use of the technology. It's definitely not as intended.
It gave me a critique of time energy theory that nobody else has said that I know of. It said some people say that this theory is a way of pathologizing modernity. And I was like,
Ooh.
holy shit, dude. That's really good. That's a really
Yeah.
good point. That's fucking funny. No one said that though. You said that, Gemini. But you know what it's doing? It's doing predictive, like it's writing predictively. It's saying a person, an average person who reads all of this might say this, and then it writes out what that average person of average like I don't know if it's average competence, but some kind of specialties has read over this. This is what they come to.
That's a point that I do think it's always worth keeping in mind. It is generalized, and it is
It's Dasman. It is like the perfect voice of Dasman.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's that doesn't mean it's a useless tool. That just means you have to use it going into that, knowing that, being aware of it. And that's why, like, I don't know, maybe a year ago when everyone was freaking out, oh, students are using ChatGPT to write their college essays. It's like, how is that any different than what they've been doing for the last, I don't know, 60 years, when they've just been writing their essays to meet these certain requirements? Like they're not actually doing work, any genuine work. Like they're just trying to accomplish these preset goals. So yeah, like there's a lot of alarmism when it comes to like these algorithms and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, if you suck, like if you're already a lazy asshole, then sure, fuck you. And I'm not trying to talk shit. Like I am a lazy asshole. I am a lazy asshole, and I'm trying not to be a lazy asshole. So I'm gonna use these fucking tools to try to help me accomplish my goals, not my boss's goals, not my symbolic fucking goals that I think I owe it to my nation or my family or my this or my that. Like, no, I have goals. There are things I want to accomplish, and these tools can help me do it.
Like I know people who say, you know what, I might not need therapy, but I do need a life coach. And watch this. I'll just do it. I'll activate it the way I normally would. Okay, Google. It's called Google when it's not the Google Assistant, it's Gemini. But I'll restart that because I started texting what I was saying. Gemini, what are 5 tried and true different morning routines that are realistic for people who do not have a lot of time and energy, but want to be able to study, read, and exercise routinely with large blocks of energy infused time? ... I guess that should have been a question mark, not ... I wouldn't normally say ... in that case, but you know.
Ellipses.
Yeah, ellipses.
I understand that you're looking for time-efficient morning routines to boost your energy for studying, reading, and exercise. Here are 5 options to consider, all achievable within 30 minutes. 1. Energizing start. Begin with 5 to 10 minutes of light movement like jumping jacks or yoga stretches. Follow with a quick, healthy breakfast that includes protein and complex carbs for sustained energy. 2. Mindful mornings. Start with 5 minutes of meditation or deep breathing exercises to focus your mind and reduce stress. Then, spend 10 minutes reading motivational quotes or affirmations to set a positive tone. 3. Power Hour. Dedicate 20 minutes to your most important task, whether it's studying a challenging concept, reading a demanding chapter, or starting a workout routine. Use a timer to stay focused and avoid distractions. 4. Mini motivation. Listen to an uplifting podcast or audiobook during your commute or while getting ready. This can provide mental stimulation and fuel your motivation for the day. 5. Sunrise and shine. If you're an early riser, take advantage of the natural light by going for a quick walk or jog outdoors. This can boost your mood, energy levels, and vitamin D intake. Remember, consistency is key. Choose a routine that resonates with you and stick with it for at least a week to see the benefits.
So try one. When you fall off, try another. When you fall off, try another. When you fall off, go back to the one you like or miss the most. Once you fall off, try another one. Rinse and repeat. And then you won't be the worst kind of internet person. You'll be a better, a much more superior kind. No, for real. Like, I wish that everyone could do, I wish everyone could go do Jiu Jitsu. The people who are doing Jiu Jitsu are meeting a kind of resistance that goes beyond the resistance of a bicycle journey, right? Like, I have mad respect for Brian, who's teaching the Illich course. He went on a bike ride all the way into Hell's Canyon and was like from Boise, and like, it was insane, like what he took on. He was trying to go to the Oregon coast from Boise, and like all by bike before my wedding. Like, it was amazing. But the kind of resistance you get from an actual human is different than the kind of resistance you get from heat and just straight up muscle exhaustion, right? Like, no, this is it's another human being. Like, having a 10-year-old choke you out to where you have to tap out because you were an idiot because you tried to you showed your back to that kid. Like that's illuminating. That really breaks you out of your symbolic coordinates and your sense for their reality. It's like, what the fuck? That's crazy. And anyway, resistance. It's great. Get it. Get out of your comfort zone and play with these ideas. These are just 5, but Gemini's free. ChatGPT is free. I don't believe privacy is real anymore. So at this point, I am okay using it, even though I am not happy about the kinds of people who are able to use it against me. But we're all in this boat together. Anybody who's ever just like, there will be people for the rest of our lives who will set themselves apart by how they treat media and the way it communicates and the way people communicate with it and the way that they are extensions of it or it's extensions of them, right? And it's like, we'll be paying attention to this stuff. And Levinas and Heidegger are 2 essential thinkers for critical media theory, as well as critical doxology and time energy, 2 of the ongoing seminars. People say, what's the difference between a seminar and a course at Theory Underground? It's like, well, the seminars are like these ongoing things that like never end. And it's like, that's kind of like the jujitsu gym for your mind. But then there's also like classes at that gym, like distinct standalone classes, maybe an introduction to a language, which we don't have any of those up yet, but hopefully we'll have those up relatively soon. But language learning is just like one of the ongoing things as well, outside of critical media theory and CDT. But CMT and CDT, critical media theory and critical doxology and time energy seminar, are on the 2nd Sunday and 4th Sunday of every month, respectively. And then there's an optional discussion time on the 3rd Sunday, but that's a floater. It moves around sometimes. Sometimes it gets canceled. But the 2nd and 4th Sunday is like the main thing. This is like long form leisure time. We can do whatever we want here. I want to ask you really quick what you want to say about CMT and CDT, and whether you think it's good for people in the audience or what kind of person in the audience it might be good for.
I think CDT and CMT are what we need to figure out our new situation. It's understanding the media around us that constitute our environment, our background. It's understanding
It also
kind of like
also all of the things that mediate our way of engaging in the world and constituting the world. So
Yeah.
everything on that whiteboard, as well as all of the technology, because when we say media, we mean the experiential side of the technology.
Yeah, I don't mean media as in like I guess people think, oh, social media or news media or newspaper. Like media as like sensuous experiential sense apparatus, like that. Mediums, which is why I think it is better to say mediums than say media.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, we should clip and ship that, let it stand alone, and from now on it's mediums, dude. Critical medium theory. Fuck it, let's say that. Let's say that.
But
Critical
yeah,
medium theory.
like understanding what it's like to be driving around the bodies that we're all in, inside the world, and you know, our relationship to clothing, our relationship to desks and computers and vehicles and other people and skateboards. Like these are all mediums. And we're all always already kind of situated within our world. And critical media theory is taking that into the 21st century and really, really trying to dig our fucking heels in and defiantly say, no, I am here and I'm going to understand this space in which I find myself. And critical doxology, time energy, I really think it's they go hand in hand. It's understanding not the mediums around us, but the discourse and the rhetoric and common sense and the doxa and the dogma, and like it's understanding maybe other people's situatedness and other people in the broad sense of the they, and really trying to bring all that together so that at the end of the day, I, and in this case I means all of you out there in the audience, I can like look up and see where you are in your situation, so that we can try to do some of the shit that we've been saying, like using these tools, using these new technologies, to maximize our life and have lives well lived. I think it's super cool. I think a lot of this stuff is, a lot of the things we've done have been, there's a wide range. There's very accessible texts that we've gone through, and then there's, I think, very high-minded, very complex texts that we've gone through, and you and Anne have been able to put it all together in a way, and the cohort has been able to come together in a way that just makes it super accessible and also I think rigorous and really dedicated to understanding, not just sitting around and bitching about technology, not just sitting around and being alarmist, or not just sitting around and putting the blinders on and saying everything is fine. Like it really is a critical look at like the situation.
And most importantly, because everybody likes to talk about it nowadays, but it's like having shared reference points is the most important thing. It's that everybody in all of our presentations and all of the discussions and all of the, it's not that we agree, it's that we have the same reference points. There might be some certain like assumptions or agreements, but there's, these shared reference points are the texts. And that there's just certain conversations I don't want to have with people until they have those reference points. And that's nothing personal. It's just like, well, okay, we can do it like we just did, which is like assuming an audience of people who are brand new to it. We believe in doing that. Also, we should be able to have conversations like you've already been through enough introductory material. Duh. And so, yeah.
And
I love this course with you guys.
Yeah.
Or the seminar, sorry.
There's a tendency that nowadays, you get two people together and ultimately they're going to wind up bitching about their phones and their notifications and their algorithms and their this and their that. Like that kind of is the only conversation that happens anymore. Like instead of talking about the weather, people talk about how they don't feel connected anymore. They don't feel human anymore. They don't know what it is to be human anymore. And it presents in conversations about like people are just bitching about, oh yeah, the internet, no, those damn kids, and oh shucks, and this and that. And it's like taking that as a starting point and really trying to dig deeper instead of just, because I could very well imagine someone thinking, oh, you guys are just sitting around and complaining about phones or TikTok or whatever, because that kind of is the only conversation that people have anymore. And it's like, no, we're trying to leave that conversation behind. So I think everybody feels it. Everybody feels this kind of lack, and everybody has a general idea of where to place the blame. But everybody also feels powerless and helpless, and it really is an effort to understand the field and understand all the conditions of possibility so that we might approach something like freedom. Or, we're all going to die anyway, so fuck it, right?
I had a lot of fun, y'all. We're about to close this thing out, and for anybody who watched the full thing, let me know. I'm curious. Let us know. 5 hours and 6 minutes, it says on my side. I made this critical doxology and time energy. Is it backwards, or can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. It looks like your doxology looks like Greek.
Does it look like Greek? What is? It looks like Greek. Why does it look? Why does it look like?
No,
Greek?
like Greek letters.
Oh,
like
the
DOXO looks like Greek letters.
Well, there we go.
And it's not just because it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
I think the words are also from actual Greek. I'm not
sure,
but
yeah. No, everyone go check that shit out, or check out the other courses.
Yeah,
or check out the tiers. Courses. Check out all that shit.
I get emails like people saying, "What are the tiers? What is this stuff?" I got to make a more streamlined way of figuring it out for people who haven't figured it out and think it's confusing. My apologies. I don't mean for that to get in the way of all the cool shit that we're doing. And it will be more streamlined within the next year. For the time being, bear with us. Get involved when you can, how you can. And we'll catch you on the flip side. Anything you want to say before we're done?
Fucking Wu-Tang, man.
All right, everybody.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books. One, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of underground theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.